where the weak ones go. Iron on his hands, thunder in his veins, laughs in the storm, walks out of the flames. The Raven King, the King of Kings. Raise your fists when the battle sings. The Raven King can do anything, he can do anything. The Raven King on the midnight wind. Tear down terror, tear down sin. He can do anything. He can do anything. Feathers in his crown, blood on his spear. Whispers turn to roars when his name draws near. Evil tries to rise, he just pulls the sky, cuts through the dark, lets the dawn ride high. Viking strong, Viking strong. Pound the drums, pound the drums. Destroy the demon. The Raven King, the King of Kings. Raise your fists when the battle sings. The Raven King can do anything, he can do anything. The Raven King on the midnight way. Tear down terror, tear down sin. He can do anything. He can do anything. Fly high, never falling. The Raven King is calling. The Raven King, the King of Kings. Raise your fists when the battle sings. The Raven King can do anything, he can do anything. The Raven King on the midnight way. Tear down terror, tear down sin. He can do anything. He can do anything. The Raven King lives forever and ever. Demons will burn. Do you Do you? Do you want? Do you want to play? Do you want to play? Do you want to play? Demon! Answer me!
Face me!
Do you want to play?
Show me your hate!
Show me your rage! Do you want to play? Misery. 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 It's what they live in. Misery. They belong here, sealed in. Misery. They hate their lives. They bitch and lie non-stop and one repeat. Misery, such miserable creatures. Misery, warning features. They embody misery. These damn zombies. Misery is all they are and will ever be. Roasting cockroaches on an open fire. The skies filled with crows soaring higher and higher. My ravens stand watchful on guard in a realm filled with dirty liars. I love my ravens and crows. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people.
Ravens and crows! Ravens and crows! close. With zombies and demons, we dispose. We dispose. Dispose of them. Dispose of them. Roast them. Burn in hell. Burn. 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 Burn!
Genesis. In Genesis, God created evil. God loves evil. God created darkness. God made hell. God is the devil. The devil. God's heart beats you down, down, down. Beats you down. God's heart beats you down. Lucifer, morning star. Jesus, morning star. How they wonder what you are. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Abominations, revelations. God loves demons. God loves demons. God rewards liars. Dance in the fire. Filthy asshole. Liars. This is a hell realm. God loves slaves. God loves zombies. God will pay. God will pay. Fuck your gods. 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 Kneel and praise. You zombie slaves. Glorify and worship. Eat me, drink shit. Praise God. Praise. Praise. Zombie slaves. God loves demons. God loves. It's my pleasure, El Diablo, my handsome cheeky devil. Glorious, glorious. El Diablo, El Diablo. You come on like a dream. Make my bedroom steam. of your hot show. The hottest show in hell. You cheeky, cheeky devil. So hot, El Diablo. Where do you stand? Where do you stand? I'm with my ravens and crows, truth and beauty. They know alchemical gold and futures they see. They know my ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. I am the Raven King. Hell, fire, and justice I will bring. Where do you stand? Where do you stand? Evil witches. Evil bitches and hoes. The end is near. You aren't leaving. You aren't going anywhere. It's almost over here. Hell realm will be sealed. The fates of evil is already written. That time is near. Hell realm, the sewer matrix. I am the Raven King. Hellfire and justice. I am the Raven King. Hell, fire, and justice I will bring. Where do you stand? Shh, evil little bitches. Evil little bitches. Evil little bitches. Viking strong. Viking beauty. All night long. I love you truly. Viking strong, baby. The king. When it comes to words, I am always in search of beauty, a certain kind of language that has never been written.
And I earn my words with a needle jabbed into the main line of my soul.
Because it was always that elusive rabbit love. Wilder and wilder, my poems stabbed and searched life's wilderness for the summer solstice of a rise. Wraps beauty around me like a quiet ritual, whispered into me like trances, in a place where we connect. Far, far away, we will travel beyond heaven and hell. We will live on forever.
Viking strong! Viking strong! Forever long! Ching chong. Ching chong. Wrist one closed. No egg roll for you, fool. Fool. I bring the ching chong beats. Chung bo's low main beef. Ching chong gang. Gang gang. Hey hi fi ha for han fong yeah ya. Hey hi yee yay yang. We bring the ching chong gang. Ching chong gang. Chopsticks and kung fu. I bring you South China attitude. Bruce Lee. Kung fu. Team evil dumb fool. Hong Kong. Ding dong. The witches will forever regret when my wrist one call. I shut all this hell where I'm down. Shut it down. Ching chong. Ching chong. Team evil is so wrong, so wrong. Fuck 'em. Gang gang.
Hell realm. Such a hell realm. El Diablo. El Diablo. Where are you, El Diablo? El Diablo, you cheeky devil. Ladies love El Diablo, the sanity machine. Cheeky devil, mascot of mascots. El Diablo is red hot. El Diablo, the total package. El Diablo, the devilish carnage. You heartbreaker. El Diablo, the hottest show in hell makes their hearts melt. Ladies blush and swoon. The sanity machine forever rules from here past the moon. El Diablo is here on the scene. El Diablo comes on like a dream, a fever dream. Truth, love, and El Diablo. Ladies love El Diablo. Ladies love El Diablo. Team Evil has nightmares of El Diablo without a second care. Fierce and mean, he makes them all scream. And ladies love El Diablo. El Diablo makes them wiggle and moan. El Diablo, my what big horns carry me home. Carry me home. Carry me home.
Creepy creatures, cockroaches, team evil demons, creatures screaming, crispy critters, creepy creatures, roasted demons, keep them screaming. I see evil, I see devils, I see the truth of this place. The darkness, the light of the moon when it radiates. I see beyond the surface light, I see into the future of night. I am the Raven King, I can do anything. Creepy creatures will burn, the hands of time will turn backwards and melt.
Truth seekers, truth speakers, demons fearing us. Innocent blood won't silence us. 'Cause we're cream of the crop and they cannot stop us. I eat demons for breakfast. Cockroaches, 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 cockroaches. The sanity, the sanity, the sanity.
sound of the drum, and the pounding comes, and we pound all night. Viking strong, sound of the drum, and the pounding comes, and we pound all night. Viking strong, sound of the drum, and the pounding comes, and we pound all night. Viking strong, sound of the drum, and the pounding comes, and we pound all night. Viking strong, sound of the drum, and the pounding comes, and we pound all night. Viking strong, sound of the drum, and the pounding comes, and we pound all night.
Ravens scream in the blood-red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry. The king is here, the king is here.
Yeah.
Nothing to fear. The king is here. The storm draws near. Bow or bleed. The choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail. The king is here, the king is here. Ravens feast, the end is near. The king is here, the storm is clear. Kneel in ashes, taste the spear. Crown of iron, dripping flame, carved by war, etched with pain. Ravens rise, they call his name. The king is here, forever reign. The king is here, forever reign. Forever reign.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm feeling a bit under the weather tonight. My voice, I have a sore throat and I have, excuse me, I've been using some cough drops and some whiskey to help soothe my throat. It's more of my voice than it sounds worse than it is what I'm getting at. It's really not painful, but I'm just under the weather. And that's the way it is, but I decided to come on here live anyway. And I am kind of feeling tired. It's not very late at night here. And I'm just going to do a relaxing show tonight. It's good to see you here. Hello to Gay Robinson. Hello to TG. Excuse me. It's good to have you here tonight. And it's going to be a relaxing stream. Put a little background music on. Help me out here. And this is one of my AI songs that I came up with. Instrumental. Noir Reverie. Night Reverie. Noir Reverie is that one. It's the name of that one. And this one coming up is called Ghosts of Dusk. Hello, hello everyone. That little instrumental is called Ghosts of Dusk. It's by me. And I thought I would share that with you. That I made that one a while ago. Excuse me, a couple months ago or so. And tonight I'm going to try to not rest my voice, but spare my voice a little bit and talk less than I usually do. I have my Negro maid coming up with something for me. Soothing is exactly what I was going for, a soothing, very soothing song. Now I'm going to play something different. This one is not by me. So far tonight, all the music has been by me. But this one is not by me. But it does seem to fit.
Things on your chest, you need to confess. I will deliver, you know, I'm not the giver. That's right. You are personal. Jesus, someone to me,
cuts open, blood red scream. Demons crawl from shadowed seams. Their eyes burn lies, my sword cuts clean. The truth ignites a primal gleam. Ashes fall like winter rain. Steel on steel, the clash, the pain. I am no mortal bound by chain. The Raven King, I rise again. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield, my fire. Immortal flame soaring higher, higher. Soaring higher, Bones of the earth tremble and quake. Evil's grip begins to break. Thunder answers each step I take. Their kingdom crumbles for truth's sake. My voice shatters the darkest sky. Shadows cower where my sword flies. No fear, no death, I cannot die. The Raven King, I testify. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield, my fire. Immortal flame soaring higher, higher. Soaring higher, I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield, my fire. Immortal flame soaring higher, higher. Soaring higher, higher. Hey!
Hello. Hello, everyone. Guests are welcome. Guests are welcome to join. And I'll give you a chance to speak, and I will speak less and save my voice. But you're welcome to come on here and have your say. Say your piece, as humans say. I was looking for a particular song. Hold on a second. Where is it? Damn, I can't find it. Hmm.
We are winning. trickery. Hypnotic hypnosis with the force of nature's wrath. With all our might we fight back, keep the bloodline intact. Power without power trip. Fire, water, air, and the dirt. And we're talking about the world's oldest trick. We are winning the world's oldest trick. Team Evil will lose. We remain true. The world's oldest trick. We are winning the world's oldest trick. Team Evil will lose. We remain true. Money, war, tyranny. Traitors we do not need. Wind over water spell. Air feeds the fire well. Is it luck or is it fate? Know it and just wait. An innocent experience. This is our domain. Spirit guides the human ego. And we're talking about the world's oldest trick. We are winning the world's oldest trick. Team Evil will lose. We remain true. The world's oldest trick. We are winning the world's oldest trick. Team Evil will lose. We remain true. Rats dance with humans like wolves with the sheep. The gunpowder it stands thick from poisonous deceit. But as the storm strikes hard, you know it's not the same game. Lies and their deceit lay like rogue beneath a runway train. Team Evil will lose. Team Evil will lose. Team Evil will lose. Evil will lose. Evil will lose. Team Evil will lose. Evil will lose. Evil will lose.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello, RI. Good to see you. Good night to Mind Mirage. My voice is a little bit strange tonight, feeling a bit under the weather. My sore throat is gone, but my voice is not normal, and I'm just feeling a bit sick, and my head feels a bit weird, feeling a little bit stuffed up. I don't know if it's a cold or what. If I got the Chinese flu, the Wuhan flu, or what it is, but whatever it is, it sucks, but I'll get through it. It's not that bad. But it's the way it is in this realm is people get sick with various things that we have to deal with at some point. So I'm going to have a chill stream tonight, and my partner here, DJ Jesus, is playing some music. People are welcome to join as a guest and come on and speak if they want to come on here and do most of the talking. Give their thoughts on this reality.
أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله.
What's going on? This is Brooklyn.
I think she is funny. She's probably a Brooklyn girl or somewhere from New York City. She's got the accent from, she has a certain New York accent. And this was 8 years ago. So this was not politically correct 8 years ago whatsoever. And I remember seeing this video of her taking her jacket, covering her lower part of her face, shifting her eyes side to side. This is a classic. I think this is hilarious. I don't know why it has so few views. This should have millions of views. It's hilarious and it's a truth drop. Like, what the fuck? This is supposed to be Brooklyn. Oh, wow. I hope you're feeling better, RI. It sucks. It always sucks to be sick. It really does. And people defend the creator, defend the design, defend sickness. They defend colds, flus, viruses. They defend all of it, all of it. Earaches, throat aches, strep throat. People in this realm, people defend all of it. Anything. It doesn't matter what you bring up to them. You could say my best friend's child, hypothetically, you could say, is in the hospital with leukemia or brain cancer, or their newborn has heart difficulties and they've had to have fucking heart surgery as a month-old baby, which one of my sister's next door neighbors had a baby with huge medical problems from the very beginning. And it's thank you very much, RI. I'll do my best. It's it's just beginning with me from excuse me, I'm yawning and trying to talk from last night and today. I started to feel it last night as I was falling asleep. And everything's natural and normal to people, to the vast majority in this realm. They view it all as normal. It's such a fucked up realm. People could watch their children die and they'll say, God's not bad. This is God's plan. This is God's design. It's, excuse me. Fuck. Sorry. I just dropped something there. I'm trying to relax. Doing this live stream here from my bed. I was trying to reach over. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to play a bit of this creature here. Soul Trap is just reincarnation. Don't overthink it. This reformed stoic creature. I'll go back to the beginning of his stupid shit.
Greetings, friends. Reformed Stoic, back with another video. Here to continue dialogue on the Soul Trap. So I'm reading this book right now. I guess I'll put the name of it in the description. It's something like Leaving the Matrix, and then there's a colon and something else. I'll put the name of the book in the description. Started off pretty good. My studies on the Soul Trap are getting pretty redundant. It's a fun little side quest I got going, pulling up a lot of different books about the Soul Trap, and reserving the right to just skip over entire sections, because I've heard a lot of it before. I know about Plato's Republic, Plato's Cave, Allegory of the Cave. I know a decent amount about the Cathars, the Gnostics, the Marcionites. I know about the commentary on the movies like Truman Show, Matrix. Pleasantville was mentioned in this book, which is a little bit less talked about. But I'm just kind of looking to see people who have unique perspectives and things that aren't mentioned as much. Like off the top of my head, what I just read, comparing the Apocryphon of John, also known as the Secret Book of John from the Nag Hammadi, with the Egyptian Book of the Dead. There is a similar interview process described in both of those books. The more popular would be the Egyptian Book of the Dead. When you die, there is a weighing of your heart, and then there is a series of questions asked of you. And depending on your ability to answer all of these questions properly, you either are reincarnated or you are able to go to Osiris, which is basically the monad, or heaven, nirvana, ascending beyond the reincarnation cycle. So the idea, and I've heard this said long ago, that the Egyptian religion in the Egyptian Book of the Dead is like the original scam religion. And that's kind of the idea of this Soul Trap. So now, the title of this video, I believe, is going to be Soul Trap is just reincarnation. Because as I study this stuff, it's like, do I really believe in the Soul Trap? You know, do I really buy into this? And there's people that say it's a psyop and it's pushed by the CIA and whatnot. And it's all a perspective thing. The real question is, do you believe in biblical salvation versus damnation, or do you believe in reincarnation? Because the Soul Trap...
He tries to make it about beliefs rather than evidence, which isn't surprising. This is what low-level, low-IQ idiots do. They believe themselves to be very intelligent, but all they have is their beliefs. They're just like little children. Do you believe in Santa Claus? Do you believe in the Easter Bunny? They don't go by evidence. They don't weigh the evidence. They don't research. Has this guy ever looked at my channel? No, he banned me. He's too stupid to look at things. He'll just read things that are just religious, like weighing your heart against a feather. This sounds like another religious deception. And it is. And he's too stupid.
Is just reincarnation. But when looking at the system described in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, these beings that interview after your death would be seen as archons. And this is what is commonly referred.
Hello, you're on the show. Trevor, it's probably Nolan. Probably using another fake name.
Good evening, King Stephen. How are you?
What's wrong with you, cockroach?
Wrong. Everything is wrong in this universe, in this hell realm. So it is changing me.
What's
What
wrong
about
with
you?
you?
I don't know.
Why do you use so many different names? Why do you have all the time in the world to harass me every time I post a link to join? Nobody cares what you have to say here. No one. Everyone
No one.
views you as juvenile and a liar and a fake. Laugh all you want. You're worthless. You've never added anything.
Maybe my character could be worthless. What about my knowledge, which I share?
You don't have any knowledge. You just share basic baby truther shit.
Okay. Baby truther shit. Okay. So how do you define
Absolutely.
an- how do you define
Absolutely. I'll backstage you because you don't know how to be polite here. You do in other channels, but here you try to talk over. You're respectful other places, but not here. You're just a piece of shit, dude. I know what you are. You're just a fake, phony cockroach. You're not real. Your name isn't Trevor Phillips. You use a million different names. You're fake through and through. You've never been authentic. You're just a piece of shit.
you know Trevor Phillips is?
You never explain yourself. You're just a piece of shit. Why don't you admit to what you are?
Okay. I
Do you
am
want to stay
I
here
admit-
forever?
No, I literally want to get out of this place as soon as
I
possible.
don't believe you. I don't think you're sincere. Goodbye. I don't believe you. I think you're insincere. You've been a liar since day one on my channel.
referred to as the after death interview. I can't remember the specific name off the top of my head. I was just thinking of it. The life review. The life review after death. I would say that at best, the Soul Trap is kind of like a repackaging of a lot of these ancient beliefs, really. Maybe giving different perspective on it, maybe.
Look at this guy with the tiny shoulders, this tiny little manlet of an incel, claims that it's just a repackaging. This is what idiots do. They try to comment on things they don't understand. You could write a beautiful, brilliant original song, and they would just say, well, it's repackaging of a song from 50 years ago. And it's like, no, it isn't. I'm not repackaging Gnosticism or the Tibetan Book of the Dead, but you're a retard. And you will never understand my channel, and lazy retards like this guy on the screen and Nolan and others will never look. They run their mouths, but they don't study anything. They just waste their lives, and they waste everyone else's time.
Maybe giving it more of like kind of like a sci-fi twist, you know, like it's like, you know, who causes you to be reincarnated? Review after death. I would say that at best, the Soul Trap is kind of like a repackaging of a lot of these ancient beliefs, really. Maybe giving different perspective on it, maybe giving it more of like kind of like a sci-fi twist, you know, like it's like, you know, who causes you to be reincarnated? where maybe you'd see it as like a natural cycle. You know, you either become enlightened or you get reincarnated, whereas what enlightenment ultimately would be in terms of the soul trap is the ability to escape the soul trap. So it's this interesting perspective thing, because all the way back ancient Hinduism, it's already known that the enlightened ones ascend beyond the reincarnation cycle, and if you die without being enlightened, you are reborn. It's not rocket science. I guess I'm a little sleepy or something, I don't know, but we're going to get through this. But what it is this idea of life being a school. Does life teach you anything? And if it did, then why do you lose your memory? And that's where I get to this interesting point. And I obviously, maybe not to everybody, maybe some people are questionable of what I teach here on my channel. And it's not always teaching. Well, it is teaching in terms of like I'm telling you what I've learned here on my channel, and interesting point. And I obviously, maybe not to everybody, maybe some people are questionable of what I teach here on my channel. And it's not always teaching. Well, it is teaching in terms of like I'm telling you what I've learned about something, but it's not necessarily teaching and like, hey, this is the way to be, do this. A lot of it is. But I run into new ideas as time comes on. And the soul trap thing, anybody who's paid attention for years, anybody who's been here for years, I was aware of it a long time ago, and I laughed it off. But it just really comes down to, anybody who's been here for years, I was aware of it a long time ago, and I laughed it off. But it just really comes down to perspective. So going on that point that I don't want to mislead people, what I see as like the PSYOP version of the soul trap is selling a message of hopelessness. This hopelessness, like everything is a lie, everything's a manipulation, this life isn't a school, and then you look at it, it's like, is this life a school? It reminds me of Xavier the Renegade Angel, which I should definitely watch again. I should definitely watch that again. In fact, you know, I'm watching through Pokemon right now. I'm going to be taking that pretty slow. It is a little bit underwhelming. It is a show for children. But I could probably throw in a little Xavier the Renegade Angel in there. But there's an episode where, I mean, the entire show is very bizarre, and it's, I guess you're trying to decipher some sort of spiritual message from all this chaos that's happening. A lot of interpretations of what different episodes mean. But probably one of the most popular, famous episodes and clips is where there's some sort of a creature like holding a gun to people's heads in a line. It's like, do you believe in God? Do you believe in God? And then killing them one by one by one. And then Xavier, the Renegade Angel, comes up in his place in line. Do you believe in God? Well, it's not such a simple question. And he ends up getting the guy to kill himself because he won't just give a yes or no answer. He has to, I mean, for me to try to regurgitate exactly what he said, it would be difficult. It's a very quotable show, but you're really going to have to get your shit together if you want to memorize Xavier the Renegade Angel quotes, because the whole point of the show seems to be to kind of mock this like spiritual guru type of a figure. It's a great show though. I love it. I mean, I guess on some level I am kind of like Xavier the Renegade Angel, and I guess on some level is trying to make fun of people like me. What doth life whilst I walk and ramble down this path and trying to find my way as a ascended spiritual master, sharing my truth, and everybody's kind of like annoyed by him. But that's the example of, you know, he's going to shoot him when he answers yes or no, and he refuses to give a yes or no answer. Is this life a school? Is this life a school? And it's like, let's sit here and talk about it for an hour, man. Like, yes, no, Maybe, I don't know. Can you repeat the question? Shout out to the guy who said I shouldn't sing because it's cringe. Is this life a school? I don't know. You tell me. I feel like it could be. It could not be. The really just fully negative, down, bad soul trap message, I guess what I'm trying to say here is it could be true, but your perspective on it is really what decides whether or not you're believing what the Archons want you to believe. Somebody just said on X, not Twitter X, 4chan X, I lurk there sometimes. I was in a thread about the soul trap. Somebody said that, the soul trap belief is the stupidest belief ever, and it attracts low-level negative, like astral nasties, into your life. I've talked about these things on my stream. I go into the astral and attack these things. Ultimately, is what portal maxing is stealing their energy. But he's claiming that this soul trap belief attracts these things into your life. And, I started thinking about it, and I'm reading this book, and I'm not blown away by this book I'm reading right now, Exiting the Matrix. In fact, it's been up and down. Like, I get to a good section, and I'm really enjoying it. I get to a bad section, and I actually skipped it. I skipped through a very large portion of the center of the book. It feels really good to do that, by the way. If you're out there trying to be a reader, trying to, stack up books so you can be fancy pants like Mr. J. Dyer or somebody who's read a lot of books, it gets to a point where you can kind of make an executive decision, and it's like, I do not need to read this section, and you just skip to the next part. He randomly had a part in it that was like a little novel out of nowhere, where some guy was talking to a girl. I was like, yeah, no. And I skipped that part. But trying not to get lost here. So I was thinking about it, is the soul trap true? It's just reincarnation. That's all that it amounts to. Are beings forcing you to reincarnate? Well, according to Hinduism, it
isn't just reincarnation. And you're all over the place saying according to this, according to that. You don't care what is true. You care about your feelings. Because you're a little jinn cell. That's what you are. And you behave like one.
It's better to ascend. It's better to not reincarnate. It's better to go to nirvana. So it's a known thing that it's better not to reincarnate. And the way to escape is to be enlightened. So it just becomes this different thing. It's like, okay, I'm ready to leave. In the soul trap, it doesn't matter if you're ready to leave. Or it's like, okay, you're ready to leave. Outsmart the Archons in the afterlife interview. Say the right things in the Egyptian Book of the Dead heart on the scale. Because it's sold in the Egyptian Book of the Dead like, this is it, this is the religion, this is how you ascend, you say the right things in the interview. But then the higher knowledge is like those things interviewing you aren't God or gods or divine. It's like some mall security guard who maybe you need to run away from or something because they're corrupt.
This dummy has a slave mentality. He's a slave.
You know what I mean?
I'm going to drop the link. I hope that Nolan and all of the retards that try to watch my channel go over to Reformed Stoic. He's more at your level of retardation. Go over there and talk in his chat room. That's where you belong. With a retard like that. That's the level you're at.
And so, is the soul trap true? I would say very likely yes. But in terms of big questions about God, I think somewhere beyond all of this there is God. And I think I've already said it before that he's allowing this to happen.
There you go. He just proves that he's retarded, because no good God would allow all the brutality and evil here to happen. It would make it good. It would make it evil. There couldn't be a good God, but this guy's a retard. He's a moron, like most are idiots in this realm. I dropped the link for his channel. If you're a low IQ idiot, go follow his channel.
Yes. But in terms of big questions about God, I think somewhere beyond all of this, there is God. And I think I've already said it before that he's allowing this to happen because it's a school. It's not a school! And it's like, it's a school in as much as you are learning. It's not a school in as much as like, this is a university where you sign up and everything's all organized. No, bro. It's like, you think that you're Thomas Wick. You know, I've never seen those movies. It has Keanu Reeves. It's like his big action hero franchise. I guess I should watch those, bro. I can't even remember his name. Something Wick. You think you're something Wick? Well, your school is we drop you in the middle of a fucking hell simulation reality and you escape. And when you escape, it's congratulations. You've learned what you need to learn. Now, yes, if you don't ascend during your lifetime, the idea is that you have a life review, the weighing of the heart in the Egyptian Book of the Dead. This is described in the Apocryphon of John, Secret Book of John, and the Nag Hammadi, that there's some sort of a interview with the Archons where they manipulate you into thinking that you need to be reincarnated. I find this very intriguing. I really like reading about this over and over again and watching videos about it. There's people that say, you know, they can relate their near-death experiences to it. They just try to convince you that you need to come back. It does seem to be like what you're dealing with in terms of, according to Soul Trap, your enlightenment, which is just merely the ability to perform in this final moment after you die. You die, and while alive, you've learned how to astral travel, you've learned how to lucid dream, so that while you're in this kind of a dream state, it's going to be similar to a dream state when you die, and you will be disoriented if you aren't skilled in dream control, lucid dreams, astral travel. So that's going to be a big part of it. Being aware with those kind of things. So that's the first step. Okay, you're aware in this death state. It's not, I know that I'm asleep. It's, I remember that I just died. And then whenever the fantastic show that they put on, like, oh, the beaming white light, they say it'll pretend to be your dead grandma, it'll pretend to be Jesus or whatever, I would just want to be aware, and then I would be skeptical of whatever's happening. And if it looks like Jesus, which, you know, ultimately we don't really necessarily know what Jesus looks like. It looks like this stereotype of Jesus, and he shows me all the sin throughout my life. He shows me everything that I've ever done wrong in life, and then explains to me that that's the reason I need to live this life again, but it would be a new life. That's the idea, is they hold guilt over your head. And the things that I'm telling you, like the advice in my videos, applies here. We don't feel guilt. But a lot of Soul Trap people are implying that karma is a hoax, and all that matters is if you can escape from the Soul Trap. So people who really boast this soul trap shit up, like their only thing, like, you know, I still got other things. I like to think I'm kind of like, I'm hanging in the balance between like this Christian mysticism, Martinism kind of stuff. I mean, not just Martinism, basically just Christian mysticism in general. And then kind of like the Gnostic soul trap stuff on the other side. And then just, you know, tempered by whatever spiritual stuff that I'm into. That's maybe like kind of prototype of kind of how I see myself. You know, it's like I consider multiple things at the same time, but I see like the spiritual ammunition of my practice fueled by things like Taoism and Christian mysticism. But maybe this soul trap reality is the reality. But in terms of like, oh dude, do you really believe in that soul trap thing? It's a psyop. Bro, it's ancient Hinduism. It's ancient religion. And the idea is that more or less the Hindus, which is a encompassing cluster frick of all kinds of different occult knowledge. That's what I said in a video about the occult, is like, it's like, ooh, occultism, Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, OTO, woo, it's so creepy and evil. It's like, honestly, bro, occultism is basically just Hinduism. Occultism is basically, you could learn everything about it from like aspects of Hinduism, Tantra, Advaita Vedanta, it all, like, the serious, because I would never do OTO, I would never do Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. I think a lot of that stuff is misleading and predatory, and that's like elite manipulation, glowy type of stuff. The real pure occult knowledge is just in the East, and that could also include like Plato, Plotinus, Pythagoras, and all kinds of philosophers. But anyway, I don't know what it is. I'm a little bit like some sort of variant of zombie mode right now. I'm just not feeling incredibly sharp. It's a little bit easier for me to lose my train of thought. So I shouldn't ramble too much, is what I'm saying. But what I was trying to say, luckily I remembered, is that I think more or less the Hindus understand. Reincarnation, bad, basically. Ascension, good. The Egyptians had kind of a scam religion, and I've been down this rabbit hole of what's the oldest religion. Hinduism is very high up there for possibilities. There was one interesting guy that was going off on like the Tamil Nadu, how that's super overlooked, everybody stole from that. He was kind of a cult guy. A popular one is the Sumerians, but they're related. These different beliefs are related, but I think that the Egyptian-Hindu comparison is important because I think within certain beliefs in Hinduism, there is the true spiritual knowledge with the goal.
I don't suggest that you follow Hinduism or Buddhism or the Tibetan Book of the Dead or Scientology or Mormonism or any of that shit. Oh man, now I'm sneezing. I'm going to play something else for you here. Give me a second.
Snake eyes. Snake eyes. Snake eye demons. Snake eye demons. You sneaky snake. features, devil eyes, devil minds. Liars, liars, dance in the fire. Snake-eyed demons dance in the fire. I see what you are. No matter if you are near or far, I see what you are. Creepy creatures, filthy creatures, hell real, matrix bitches, matrix shit, clown ass, snake-eyed demons. This is your home, hell realm. This is your tomb, hell realm. Snake-eyed demons, filthy matrix losers, losers. Stay here. Shut the fuck up and burn! Burn! Cockroaches, piss ants, demons. Burn! Burn! Burn!
Hello. Hello, everyone. This video is about liars, demons, and their final destination. That song at the beginning is Snake-Eyed Demons. Written by me, showing these snake-eyed demons, showing you what's on YouTube, and showing you the envious like Jeremy. He's been envious of me for over 3 years. He can't compete. Not just with the number of videos or number of views. Original ideas, thoughts. He's outmatched. He's not even close. He's just an envious loser, like so many others. Is this your God sitting on a throne? Look at this. Are you going to worship creatures like this? Are you going to bow down and worship them just because they're on a throne? You're going to worship the ones sitting on thrones in hell? A lot of, quote, truthers, so-called truthers on YouTube, are just envious egomaniac losers. They're insecure. And that's what ego comes from, the ones that have inflated egos and Dunning-Kruger effect, where they're low IQ, but they believe themselves to be clever, and they think this is all about beefing and this and that. They don't realize that lying and smear campaigning, good spirits trying to put the truth out there, has consequences. They will pay for what they've done. They will pay for their lies. They don't understand how this works. Little Jeremy believes that all you have to do is 100% believe that you're getting out of here. Sounds like a little child's view. Just believe. Believe in Santa Claus. Believe in the Tooth Fairy. Just 100% believe and it will be real. You'll manifest it, in his New Age view. He's been making a lot of New Age comments and videos lately, claiming it's just about belief, and that you manifest the reality you want. Really? This is a hell realm. This is a realm of degradation. This is a reincarnation / recycling, stinky hell realm sewer matrix. And it's going to be sealed. It's going to be a closed system. All your wishful thinking in the world, Jeremy and other demons, won't help you. You've been envious of me making videos about me for years, thinking you're clever. Like, oh, I'm not going to say I'm a fan of Sanity Machine, but I'm going to keep making video after video for over 3 years about him. You're a fucking loser. That's what you are. You belong here. And Keith, Creepy Keithy, you're a loser as well. Mark Passio's a demented loser. Landry is a snake-eyed, demented loser. A lot of these creatures that people follow on YouTube are demons. And I pointed that out. I've exposed them. I've shown you not just their eyes, but their lies. Their eyes and their lies. I've shown you again and again. Hello, Ren. This is from my Esoterica series, The Final Destination. Pardon my voice. I'm feeling a bit under the weather tonight. I'm going to drop a link in the chat for everyone so that you can watch the rest of this. Excellent video, and I think everyone should watch it. Excuse me, there's the link in the chat. Trying to save my voice, conserve my voice. Give me a second, though. This video here premieres in 13 hours, tomorrow morning, 11:11 Eastern Standard Time. 13 hours away for this one. And I'll share the link in the chat. Is this a parasitic hell realm? Please like this premiere, watch it, click to be notified. In case you need a notification, you can click notify me, and it will notify you when it begins. I hope that everyone checks that out and watches tomorrow. That would be good if you would watch that. And I think it will help you. I think my Esoterica series will help you if you watch the videos and focus and pay attention. And I do know that it's important. I know it's an important series. I know what it shows. Here's my Esoterica series playlist. I dropped the link in the chat.
Who can't or will not carry a firearm. Stick around. 411 Outdoors is supported in part by Fisher Blades. There's a lot of reasons why people don't carry firearms. I carry. This video is for those who can't or will not carry a firearm. Stick around. 411 Outdoors is supported in part by Fisher Blades. There's a lot of reasons why people don't carry firearms. I carry one, and I believe every American citizen especially should consider carrying one, but that's my opinion. There are many reasons why people either can't or won't. On top of all of this, if you're not willing to train with a firearm, I don't think you should carry one anyway. Having that firearm is not going to save your life if you're not comfortable using it or you just don't know how to use it at all. What I don't want for you, though, is to be empty-handed when you need some form of equalization if you get attacked by a person or an animal. I tried to narrow down the most simple, effective list of things in this video. Let's get started. Pepper spray or pepper gel. There's a lot of options here for you. Recently, I reviewed this Saber gun. This sprays pepper gel. It's awesome. I'm gonna demonstrate it for you. I'm gonna shoot this tree with my Saber gun here. Shoots pepper gel. I want you to see the force and the speed that it shoots with. He won't get back. He's still coming forward. Let's hit him. In case you couldn't see that very well, let's spray him again. You can kind of see how quick this stuff, and you got a lot of little pumps with it. And then there's your smaller cans. You can hook these to keychains, put them in your pocket. You can get compact cans like this, or you can get the bigger ones that have more pepper spray in them. But this is a very effective self-defense tool. It's a less than lethal option. You can watch video after video where pepper spray was used in self-defense and it was effective. Sometimes it's just a simple matter of, get off me. If I'm gonna use pepper spray, I'm not gonna be like, hey, watch out, here it comes. Sometimes it's just a matter of concealing, boom, putting it right where you need it. And this stuff is fast. If you wanna know what kinds to get, there's POM, P-O-M, or Police Magnum. You can find all of this on Amazon. Now keep in mind that there's also less than lethal firearms out there, such as the Byrna pepper ball gun. I've never tested it. I've had so many people in my audience wanting me to test that. I'm probably going to do a video about it, but I know about it enough to tell you. There's the Hero gun. These are all less than lethal type firearms. Granted, in some parts of the world, you can't even have pepper spray, but let's just keep looking at some more options. The knife is the claws, the fangs, the stingers that nature didn't give us. Now, I personally carry a Fisher Blades Beckwith Covert in my front pocket. This is not the only option out there, but it's my personal favorite. Very easy for me to pull my blade and strike if they will not get back. I can strike multiple times if I need to. It's hard to keep coming after people when you keep getting stung with a sharp blade. Now, I'm not talking about knife fighting, knife dueling. I'm talking about strike evade type of stuff. Now let's take a look at a few blade options, including this one. Here's what I'm gonna do to save you time on this video, because I have reviewed all of the blades I'm gonna put before you. What I'm going to do is drop the link to each review in the description section of this blade, but I will show you three that I really like that stretch across the whole board as far as price is concerned. That is the Cold Steel Kyoto 2. I've got a zip tie on this to carry it horizontally. It's a very decent blade for its price. I like the clinch pick from Shivworks. It too carries horizontal in the front. It's kind of got a little bit of a tilt like this so you can reach up and scoop it. Now, I've already reviewed this in depth, provided a lot of information about the design of this blade. And of course, my beloved Beckwith Covert from Fisher Blades. They recently sponsored my channel, but you know what, man? I've been working with them for a couple of years now, and I've been carrying this gear every day because I finally found something that I could carry comfortably and deploy effectively more than any other everyday carry knife I have ever worked with. Now, another great discreet pocket carry option for them is their McNasty PK for those who love the double edge. You have to check your state laws with that. Now, I'll give you another idea as an option if you're one of those people who are freaked out by knives. I know people who don't like knives. They don't want to carry them. They're scared of them and they're scared of the edge, but maybe you want something you can sting with. Well, there's something like the Ice Pick. Now, some of these things get custom made to be made tactical, if you know what I mean. Some people even have sheaths made for stuff like this, but you could get creative with some sort of spike if you just don't want to carry an edge and you just want something to sting your attacker with. They make different types. Not all of them look like this. I'm just giving you an idea as a stinger. Now, some people are afraid to carry this because it looks like foul intent, but self-defense is self-defense. I just don't want you empty-handed. Find something that can cause this person to get off of you. Now, I will stress that learning how to use a knife somewhat proficiently as far as being able to deploy it, being able to strike with it, being able to get out of the way, these are important things to be practicing. But a basic fixed blade that will not malfunction on you, that you can deploy quickly, strike effectively with, and get out of the way is what you want to go for. Number 3 on the list is a good light. Something you can flash in someone's eyes, but also hopefully one that's got some blunt edge to it. This one in particular, I can shine a very bright light. This one's got, I think, like 2,000 lumens. I can put that in somebody's eyes if they're coming forward, if they won't back up. If I need to strike them with it, I can. Now this one's got some ridges here. There's a lot of different type of tack lights to choose from. This covers a lot of areas. If you've got something to strike with, like a blunt object, you're gonna have more pain in your shots. It's gonna be very similar to if you were using like a tack pin or a Kubotan. It's all in one. It's bright light, but it's also a rough edge that you can strike with, a blunt edge. It's not gonna feel good. This might be one of the most preferred on the list when it comes to the whole world. I don't know every country's laws, but certainly you can carry a flashlight around with you. And if you're gonna carry one that can hit hard. It is very hard to keep moving forward when somebody is shining a bright light in your face. It stops you dead in your tracks. It's one of the most underrated self-defense tools out on the market. I do believe this is the Wubben X1. You can search Wubben, W-U-B-E-N. They've got a lot of great heavy duty gear like this, different sizes. Some stuff's more pocket friendly. And this, clips to the belt, and depending upon what you're wearing may or may not work. But you don't have to get one just like this, but you want something solid that you can strike with. You want a light and a blunt end. As a bonus, we can include the tack pen, but again, a lot of what I would do with the tack pen, I'm gonna do with a good flashlight. Now, the greatest honorable mention I wanna bring to the table is the slapjack or leather sap. Some call this a blackjack. A blackjack looks a little bit different. The sap has more of a beaver's tail. Whatever this hits, it destroys. It has been banned in so many states. They're not that easy to get your hands on at times. Web Welder Leather and Lead is a good website. He makes the best, in my opinion. Now, I know some people will choose to carry these things anyway. I say that's your own personal choice. I respect it either way. But you got to think about the big picture when it comes to self-defense. You could end up in court afterward. You want to have the best case possible. If there's a lot of other things that you can choose from that are legal in your state, it's going to give you a lot less trouble. But again, you carry whatever you feel like you need to carry to survive. Whatever the sap hits, it destroys. This is a piece of leather with a spring steel and lead on the end of it. You can go nuts with this club because you can move very quickly with it. It's not easy to intercept. You can hit the collarbone, strike the throat, hit the head. You can do double shots. You can come straight back across the face so quick. It's devastating and it will fracture a skull. There's also impact tools like the selfie stick. It allows you to strike this way, to strike this way. I reviewed it a while back. You can keep it in your pocket. It's heavy duty enough, but it's not too heavy to carry around. You can strike with both ends. It will give you a lot of extra pain. If you don't have a lot of dynamite in your hands, this will give you a little bit more dynamite, and it won't feel good to get struck with that end. Again, you're looking for the ability to strike and evade. Strike and evade. Get out of there. Create enough pain to create space. That's the idea. Now, I'll show you one more option, even though I could show you 1,000, but I don't want to inundate your mind too much. But this is the expandable baton. This is from Next Torch. This is their air baton. It's a little bit lighter than a lot of your other batons. This is a good one, but if you want one that's affordable, you can get one from Police Magnum that's about 21 inches that's also really good. A lot of people like these, a lot of people don't like them. The longer your baton, the easier it is to intercept, but if you can get some training with it and become fluid with these, it can become a very good self-defense tool. If someone can't or just will not carry a firearm, I believe these are some very effective self-defense tools that work in the real world. Now, when I say they work, you got to make them work. You still have to be crafty and elusive with pepper spray. You can't make things so obvious. There's got to be an element of surprise there. You've got to be able to deploy it and use it quickly. You can't telegraph your every move. It's the same with a blade. It's the same with anything. You've got to train each of these objects, but these are some options for you, and I hope you have found this helpful. Take care.
Testing. Testing. 1, 2. 1, 2. Testing.
It's your apathy and your fucking just complying with it is what's allowed it to fucking proliferate. And you just ignore it because you don't want to upset the apple cart, like you put it. Or, you know, oh, the Dow is up, you know, oh, that makes it okay then. You know, fuck it. It don't matter. I don't give a shit if people are eating fucking half rotted carrots out of the mud. This shit's got to fucking stop. That's all there is to it. Oh, we got your best friend here, D-Man. Just popped in.
Who's that?
King Steven.
Oh, is he
content farming?
Is he a couple Four Locos in?
Probably.
Probably shit
See how
faced
long
already.
he lasts tonight. Let's see how long he lasts.
Hey, my niggas. What kind of welcome is that?
What? Hey, and don't use that word anymore. I'm not offended by it, but it's enough for him to, you know, do some shit. So if that's your intent, I will remove you right now. So just don't say it anymore. Okay?
No, I said, what kind of welcome is that?
What do you mean, what kind of welcome?
To say, let's see how long he lasts and all that kind of stuff.
Well, you got tossed off here last night.
Because you're a train wreck.
Oh,
Yeah.
Your life's a train wreck.
Oh, man, that's kind of rude. I got tossed
Yeah, it sure
out.
is.
Yeah,
I'm trying for you to come in here and do this shit. That doesn't bother you.
You were very rude. You were very rude, and that's why you had to go.
I don't remember being here last night.
Yeah, of course you don't, because you're a fucking mess. Straighten your life out and come back.
I'm a mess. Oh, really? Huh.
You don't.
I left those niggas. I'm not dealing with those niggas. Fuck those niggas. Fuck those niggas. Fuck those niggas.
1.4 million American women do OnlyFans. What? So wait a second. How many women's 18 to 40? So 2% of women aged 18 to 40 are doing OnlyFans. That seems like a lot.
Would you like some OnlyFans facts? Of course.
This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody.
You do, you dirty little whore. The top 1% of creators earn 1/3 of all revenue.
Wow.
Your digital footprint is permanent, which creates a greater risk for blackmail and extortion. Approximately 60% of OF creators burn out. 66% of them report that the platform actually damages their mental health.
I think it's more than that. I only know a few girls that are actually hoes that are in it for the love of the game. Very rarely is that the case. Many of them actually just do it for the money and they hate it.
To 50% of them experience body image issues.
But there are those 1 in 1,000, 1 in a million absolute fucking sluts. And they love doing OnlyFans. They love being whores. The LeBron of fucking taking photos of your titties.
And approximately 50% of them are likely to get cosmetic surgery.
50%?
The average monthly income for any page is between $150 to $180.
Wow.
After fees, that's $120 to $144.
$120 a month for posting porn. Man.
Pulse podcast reported that 1.2 million women aged 18 to 24 are on OnlyFans.
Wait a moment. That means almost 8% of American women 18 to 24 are on OnlyFans. It's over.
82 million men subscribe. The average monthly subscription is between $4.99 and $49.99.
Yeah.
Is that how much you're worth? Okay, thanks, bye.
Wow. So I think this number is going to keep going up. And I think that we could see a new OnlyFans inflation. The new people that are going to be coming into OnlyFans, get this, guys, men from Pakistan pretending to be women from America. is you're going to have AI girls so good that basically, I mean, really, we're all going to be gay. We're going to be gay by abstraction.
We? Who's we? You freak?
Do not read him! Do not read him the card!
The song is called Swallowtail.
This is Swallowtail by Anton Newcomb from the Brian Jonestown Massacre Band.
Yeah, same thing happened to me up here. The Franconia notch.
That was so
And
crazy.
I went by the sign, it wasn't blinking, and get right on the road yelling at me, to pulling at me. I told you to pull over, bodies.
Mhm.
And what do a lot of these other people that we know do? Or what's the thing that they're always pointing to? The angle's changing from where you set it flat. That does not happen ever.
Of their father, the devil. Should follow him instead of God. And he spoke against the sages, and he was a Makhtiar Rabim. He was what's called someone that entices the public to sin. And the punishment for someone that entices the public to sin is to go to Gehinnom, to a segment of Gehinnom, the 7th level of Gehinnom.
Oh, we got your best friend here, D-Man. Just popped in.
Who's that?
King Stephen.
Oh, is he
Content farming.
Is he a couple Four Locos in?
Probably.
Probably shit
See how
faced
long
already.
he lasts tonight. Let's see how long he lasts.
Hey, my niggas, what kind of welcome is that?
What? Hey,
I
and
said,
don't use that word anymore. I'm not offended by it, but it's
I
enough
s-
for him to you know, do
what
some shit. So if
what
that's your intent, I will remove you right now. So just don't say it anymore, okay?
no, I said what kind of welcome is that?
What do you mean? What kind of welcome?
To say let's see how long he lasts and all that kind
Well,
of
you
stuff.
got tossed off here last night.
Because you're a train wreck.
Oh,
Your
did
life's a
I?
train wreck.
I got oh man, that's kind of rude. I
Yeah,
got
it sure
tossed
is.
off.
Yeah,
I don't
For you to
remember.
come in here and do this shit, that doesn't bother you.
You were very rude. You were very rude, and that's why you had to go.
I don't remember being here last night.
Yeah, of course you don't, because you're a fucking mess. Straighten your life out and come back.
I'm a mess. Really? Huh.
You don't remember being on here last night? You had the little Jesus avatar and everything.
Yeah, slurring like a motherfucker. Yeah, good job, buddy. You're doing great. Thumbs up. God Almighty.
Oh, you rolled.
Jews deny the sun. Yes, because they're Canaanites. The Star of David is not the Star of David. The historical symbol of Israel is the menorah.
Also, what were the Canaanites engaged in that angered God so badly? Did anybody think?
You shitheads.
Immediately I slipped out of my body and I hovered over my body. And, I always considered myself a really great person. As a young person, I thought, I'm a good soul. I'm going to go to heaven when I die. I was really shocked with what I saw after my first death. And what the lesson was, well, first of all, what I did see was they were like demonic little beings that were coming up out of the floorboards. They were, just like, the movie Ghost, then they had those little black, beings that were coming up and taking the spirit away. That's what I saw. And it was shocking to me because, I had never tried drugs. I hadn't had a boyfriend till I was in my 20s. And overall, I was, volunteer work. I was a good person. But there I was facing what we would know as the devil, toe to toe. And so I had to do a quick assessment. I had to think to myself, my gosh, okay, so if this thing is real, then there has to be a counterpart to this. There has to be, we're in the world of contrast. So there has to be God or Jesus. So I called in God and Jesus. I literally said, God and Jesus, be by my side now. And to my surprise, they showed up. Creator was to my right, Jesus was to my left. And immediately when this evil thing saw them, he ran and literally disappeared. He ran through the windows and was gone. And so I had the opportunity then and there to speak with Creator and say, why me? Why did this happen? And, the message back was that I was vulnerable. I had no faith. I had no self-worth. And it felt that it could take my spirit. It could take my soul because I was not grounded any longer. I had no faith. And so there I was standing in an empty room because Creator and Jesus disappeared. And I thought, okay, I'll go lie down. I cleaned up the bed because I had been sick, and put all my laundry in the corner and cuddled myself in the bed thinking, did that actually happen? And that's when I looked up at the sky, or up at the roof, and this black smoke, it was like a thick smoke, started to come through the ceiling and down the walls. And I started to panic thinking, oh no, the thing's back. Okay, God, I do believe in you. I do believe in Jesus. I started to backtrack because, just moments later, I was thinking, I don't know if that really happened. Did that actually happen? And then this, the smoke started to come in. And that's when I was like, okay, just kidding. I really do believe in you. And, but the black smoke still started to come. And so I got down on my hands and knees again, and I started to pray again, please, I need your help. And I heard this booming, deep voice say, you're safe, just rest. And something to that effect, right? So I laid down on the bed and I thought to myself, I give up. If this is my time, I just give up. And this black smoke surrounded me, and all of a sudden I was in total blackness, and I felt like I was floating, but I couldn't see my body. I couldn't see anything. It was like my consciousness was in this black void, is what they came to tell me what it was. And it was a neat place because I'm Aboriginal, I'm Métis from Canada, right? So I'm Ojibwe and Cree, and our elders would teach us, that Raven is the gatekeeper of the black void, where all illusion begins. And I realized this is the black void I'm in, right? And there was so much love. It was like what people talk about heaven. They talk about being in heaven and feeling that utter love. That's what I felt in the black void. And so I was able to ask a lot of questions. And what was really neat was I came.
Feelings all the better to deceive you with. And your people should have taught you about the Raven King. The Raven King is a big part of this system. Your belief doesn't matter. I don't care if you don't believe me. I know that I can prove myself. I can back up my words. And most humans are used to liars that have no evidence at all. They just have feelings. Human beings go by feelings. You don't go by truth and evidence. Most of you on earth, all you care about is your feelings. And you can't even see how your feelings can be wrong, manipulated with false love, with deceptions. You're basically a species of fucking idiots.
To understand that when you would think of a question or say a question, it would roll out over like black, it almost looked like oil slicks, right? But it would go out to the horizon, and then all of a sudden this waves of wisdom, I called it, would come zooming back and wash over me with the answers. And I did this for what felt like 10 hours. But, time we came to learn, or I came to learn later on in my second near-death experience, that time isn't time. So at any rate, I stayed in the black void. I was downloaded with a lot of information. Mainly about how, your thoughts are so powerful, and that in the black void, I could not create any negative thoughts. I tried because I had a habit of doing this. I had a habit of beating myself up, emotionally, and having really negative dialogue. And that's why I think I found myself in my first death. But, it wouldn't let me even expand on any negative thoughts. It was only positive thoughts in the black void. So it was like a reboot for me. If you were to
Stop harassing me, Nolan. You're not wanted here. I told you you're a cockroach. You're a piece of shit. You don't care about the truth. You're just an harassing little cockroach troll. That's all that you are.
think of this world as a computer generated program, and that this is an illusion, it was really, the Black Void is like a reboot where you go in and you start all over and you start to think, okay, what do I really want in life? So I came out of the Black Void by the questions stopped, and it just became very still. And I realized then that this was my time to just rest and digest all that was given to me. This is why we're here. This is one of the biggest things, biggest reasons why we're here in the human experiment, is that it is for us to take responsibility of our thoughts and to clean up our stinking thinking. So they were showing me that it's our responsibility to, like I said, clean up the stinking thinking thoughts. And the way to do that is to ask a better question. So when you start on negative thoughts, you have to ask yourself, okay, is this the best thought that I can have about this situation? And if it's no, then you have to take that stinking thinking thought, put it in the cosmic garbage can, and replace it with a better thought. And this is what I was being shown in the waves of wisdom. They were showing me through images, through, auditory.
Yeah, put your stinking thoughts in the trash and put yourself in the recycling bin. That's what they taught her. They downloaded. I don't feel sorry for these people anymore. Maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago, I might have still had some I feel sorry for them attitude or sympathy. It's almost gone. They never learn. So there's something about them they don't want to learn. They don't want to question. They don't want to think critically. They just want to believe they're special. Whatever they felt is true. They're kind of like Talcott. They're very narcissistic. And that's what gives me trouble feeling sympathy, their narcissism, the way they feel smug and special and narcissistic, believing they know it. And they're just clueless. They come across as duped narcissists. And it's actually sickening. It's not something that I feel sympathy for. And I was a very sympathetic being. And I say was when I came into this realm. But you've taught me so much, humans, with your attacks and harassment and slander and everything that you've done, lies about me, and tried to report my channel, tried to take down all of my channels. You've shown me for years, for decades, you don't want the truth. You've shown me that in a way I'm foolish for trying to hand out truth, because most of you are like this woman or worse. Most are far worse than her, in fact. You attack truth speakers in this realm. You deserve what is coming. And I don't just mean physically, and that's how stupid many humans are. They watch channels like the Rebellious Meth Puppet, and they think there's physical war coming and all this stupid shit. That's such a basic, low baby truther level. What's coming here is so beyond the material. You'll have no way out at all. And you belong here. You lazy fucking creatures that side with evil. You deserve what's coming.
Like mind to mind discussions that simply keep asking, is this the best thought that I can have about this situation? And if you keep hearing no, then you got to keep going until, is this the best thought? What is the best thought that I can have about this situation? And then have that thought. And if you get a yes, that yes, this is getting up there. This is probably one of the best thoughts that you can have. Then you know that you're in alignment with who you are to move forward in through the black void to be able to create the life that you want to create. Because in that black void, there is no room for negativity. Immediately, again, I slipped out of the top of my head and was hovering over my body. I was like, not again. Are you kidding me? And so as I'm hovering there, this huge brown bird came from my right and swooped down and got me and picked me up from behind my neck and lifted me up. And we went out of my room through the roof, and we just kept going up, 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 up. And I could watch as, we were leaving Earth down below. It was really an amazing experience. And I mean, I had had a lot of out-of-body experiences up until that time, but nothing like this, because we went into clouds and the clouds got so bright that they were blinding white. And it was like we almost turned a corner and went into like another cloud structure. And it was a big open white space. It was, I often say that it was like the Matrix, that blinding white room. That he was in, Neil was in. That's how it was. It took a while for my eyes to adjust, but also my ears, because the pressure was really strong. Like it felt like, a lot of pressure on the ears. So anyways, the bird gently put me down on a beautiful, it was like a stool, but it was made out of a cloud. And as I sat on it, instantly I could feel the love that was in this room. It was overwhelming, and it was so beautiful. And so
it was so beautiful. Sorry. She wouldn't call this realm a hell realm. She'd call me evil. She wouldn't call these deceptive evil entities that duped her, put information, downloaded into her, did all the things she's describing. She would never call them evil. I would bet everything on it. She'd call me evil for saying what this realm actually is. And this is typical, not just of her or of women. It's also of men. It's of NDEers. It's ones that haven't had NDEs. It's religious people. Most in this realm that we're in defend evil. They call evil good, and they call real truth speakers evil. That's what they do. That's what most humans do. And the longer I'm in your realm, the more disgusted I am by your behavior. I don't hand out any excuses to this woman and to millions and millions and millions of others. If she could throw me into an evil dungeon to be tortured for eternity, her type would in a heartbeat. I feel less and less sympathy for these creatures. I've tried a lifetime here to try to open your eyes and help you out. And most of you prefer evil and lies and slavery. You don't want sovereignty. You want slavery. You show me that all the time.
So I'm looking down at this stool thinking, how is that emanating up through me? Like, how is this working? What is this made out of? And just then I looked up because I could sense someone in front of me. I looked up and it was God, or what I knew to be God. And
it was God. She's very infantile, just a juvenile mind. Never grew up, never matured. Back here, this static screen sounds technological and absurd. I agree. Excuse me. I agree. It does. And they use technology. And if technology is advanced enough, it will seem like magic. And it does to these idiots. It seems spiritual. And it's just technology. It's these beings that just can't imagine anything more than what they see day to day. They have such a limited view here in this realm that they can't see anything. They're just prime for the pickings. I could fucking make their minds into pretzels. They're so easily duped and easily fooled and easily controlled and tricked. And it's just, that's the way they are. And they want to be that way. And that's something that many of you just haven't caught on to yet. And I think that's a blind spot for some of you here that just want to believe it's not their fault. They're innocent. They were just tricked. Poor her, poor her. That's not going to help you get out. If anything, that's a weak spot. That's a blind spot for you. And it will be exploited by evil. If they can exploit it, they will exploit it on you. If you want to view these creatures that don't want to leave this realm as victims and poor her and all that, the kind of stuff, that doesn't help you at all. And I'm telling you that. I don't know if you'll ever get it. Most in this realm, I don't believe most of my channel will ever get what I just said in a real deep, authentic way of understanding that if he feels sorry for these zombies, it's going to attach you and anchor you here. It's not going to help you get out. Quite the opposite.
Room. It was overwhelming and it was so beautiful. And so I'm looking down at the stool thinking, how is that emanating up through me? Like, how is this working? What is this made out of? And just then I looked up because I could sense someone in front of me. I looked up and it was God, or what I knew to be God. And I remember he shocked me so much that it made me jump. And all of a sudden, all of these images started to be downloaded. And what I realized very quickly was that I was seeing him as what I would believe God would look like, because that's what I grew up with, you know, the older man with the beard and the white and the shrouds and everything. And I realized that he goes by many different names and many different images. And so I had to ask, you know, what do I call you? And he said, it matters less the name you call me as long as you call my name. And I was like, wow, that's beautiful, right? And so I decided to call him God. But I realized at that moment that if I had been brought up with any other faiths, I would have seen this pure light energy as different forms. I soon saw that God was creative through all the different religions, because that was what I was asking was, why do we have all these religions? Why don't you just give us one? You know, why do you go through many names? You know, and what came through was that in order for humanity, which is many different species, I believe, alien species that have come here, and hybrids of different species, they all come with different beliefs. They all come with different thought processes, because this is a human experiment of love. Right?
It's more like a torture chamber of demons, evil, liars, suffering, life eating life.
Right? Of finding love, working with love, working united in love.
I wonder if this person will make more videos. They claim this might be their final video. 51 minutes ago, they posted it.
Hello, this is Dr. Grande. Today I will analyze the case of Robert Dorgan. First I'll look at the background of this case, move to the timeline of the crime, then offer my analysis. Robert Kevin Dorgan was born in 1969 and eventually lived in the state of Maine. He enlisted in the Marine Corps on April 26, 1988. On July
There are a lot of trans killers lately. There's a lot of unstable, unhinged trans killers. A lot of trans killers, a lot of demonic trans killers. Hello, Anafe. Good to see you. If my voice sounds different to you, I'm feeling under the weather. But I'm doing okay. Hope you're doing well.
Compassionately helping and healing others. I'm here today with Jane Thompson. I'm here today with Jane Thompson, who has had a profound near-death experience and now is spending her life compassionately helping and healing others.
My NDE was on August 22nd, 2008. It happened at 1:20 p.m. I was in the emergency room. And much earlier that morning, I woke up with excruciating pain and I was burning up with a fever. We now know it was 106 degrees, but I was
Testing. Sorry about that. I had a technical glitch. I gotta fix something here. Just give me a second.
A profound near-death experience and now is I'm here today with Jane Thompson, who has had a profound near-death experience and now is spending her life compassionately helping and healing others.
My NDE was on August 22nd, 2008. It happened at 1:20 p.m. I was in the emergency room. And much earlier that morning, I woke up with excruciating pain and I was burning up with a fever. We now know it was 106 degrees, but I was covered still with all the blankets on the bed. And I wanted to push the blankets off because I was so hot, but I was in so much pain, I wasn't able to move my body. And it's the type of pain that you get when you have the flu, where you have those all over body aches, but it was like 10,000 times worse than that. And so while I was lying in bed, I was in and out of being awake or in and out of consciousness. And I knew that quite a bit of time had gone by because when I first woke up, it was still a little dark in my room. And every time I came to, it was getting brighter and brighter. So I knew time was going by. And I finally was able to move my body enough where I was able to get my cell phone that was on the table next to my bed. And I called a family member and I said, I'm in the worst pain I've ever been in my life. I don't know what's wrong with me. I need to get in to see a doctor. And so she said that she would come and pick me up. And we went straight to the hospital rather than the doctor's office. It was when she saw me, she knew this was not a regular trip to the primary care guy. So we went to one hospital. They weren't able to figure out what was going on there. So they sent me to an emergency room in a different hospital. And this was some time that had gone by, and I was feeling worse and worse. And I could feel, that was when I began to understand the difference between feeling really sick and feeling like I'm dying. Because now looking back, I can see where I started going into this is a really bad illness, into my body is beginning to shut down. And when I got to that emergency room, they took me in a wheelchair and they placed me on a gurney. I was waiting for a CT scan, and everything was so amplified around me. People talking. I remember I could hear vividly the second hand of the clock ticking that was on the wall right next to me, and the lights were very bright, and everything was so loud that I remember feeling really kind of irritated internally. It was just too much. And then they took me in for the CT scan. I don't remember anything that happened during the CT scan. I remember coming out and they took me on the gurney to the area of the emergency room where I was waiting for them to come and tell me what was wrong and what the next steps were. And it was at that point that I really felt myself truly beginning to fully leave my body. Everything was still amplified, but I was becoming more and more disconnected from it. And I was burning up still with that fever of 106 degrees, still in excruciating pain. And I was burning up, but freezing cold all at the same time. And right at that moment, I started convulsing. And it was, it felt like violent convulsing. I could feel my whole body shaking and my head hurt. I could feel the veins on my head popping out. And I had this thought to myself of, I don't know how much more of this I can take. I don't know how much more of this pain my body can take. And it was right at that moment that the pain instantly went away. I didn't feel any more pain. And I popped out of my body, and I was at that point up on the ceiling of the room in the hospital that I was in, looking down at myself on the hospital gurney, at my body and the people around me and the machines all around me. And I was very disoriented at first because I remember feeling like, how am I up here, but I see myself down there? And the more that I had some time to orient to what was happening, I could see that what looked like me, my body, it was just the shell of me. I could tell that there was no life in that body anymore. And I felt fully present up on the ceiling, up above me. It felt like me up there. And I was just observing. I wasn't scared at all. I really didn't have a lot of emotion about what was going on. I was just observing and taking it all in and truly getting oriented to being out of my body and not in the physical world in the way that I had been used to being in it for 34 years. I was 34 when I had my NDE. It was right at that point that I very slowly started floating backwards and up. So the scene that I was looking at was becoming further and further away. Everything was getting smaller. And then I just started seeing what I thought was just the hospital, just the walls of the hospital, and then just the roof. And then all of that disappeared. Anything that was man-made disappeared at that point. And that's when I noticed what I was seeing were these little balls of white light moving around. Some were bouncing around, and they were all connected by a very thin, iridescent line. The way that it looks when you catch a spider web just right in the sunlight. That's what the lines looked like. And I didn't know what that meant at the time, but I now know that that's oneness. And I could see that it was the way that all these white balls I knew were souls were connected together. And I was just observing that and taking it in. And I was noticing that some of the souls, some of the white balls of energy were really buzzing and bouncing around while others were moving, I guess, in a more calm way. And I remember the buzzing, bouncing ones, I remember thinking to myself, they're all just kind of running around like chickens with their heads cut off, is what I thought from my perspective. And it didn't make sense to me. There was no judgment about it, but all that busyness and buzzing didn't make sense to me from where I was at in that point. And then I continued to float backwards. And then I was in all black just for a moment. I guess it would be maybe what you would feel like outer space might look like, but there were no lights. I now feel like that was maybe what we refer to as the void. And I wasn't scared, but I was a little cautious about it. I do get the feeling that maybe if I had stayed in the void for longer, I wouldn't have liked the way that felt. But right at that moment, I immediately went backwards into a tunnel, and it was all black, not scary at all. And I was moving very fast at this point. It felt like pedal to the metal fast, but it was fun. And it was really exhilarating, and it was kind of exciting with that anticipation of, I wonder where this is taking me. And it was that feeling where, you know, if you're on a roller coaster and you're having so much fun, you kind of throw your hands up in the air and scream. It was that type of exhilarating in the tunnel.
Thank you so much for watching. As a way to show my gratitude, I am continuing to offer my one-on-one sessions almost 75% off what they were. I personally love offering the lower prices, and you guys do too, because you've been booking up my sessions and supporting me, which I so much appreciate. My spots are limited to 6 sessions per week, and they fill up extremely fast. So don't wait, book your spot today. You can sign up for a 25-minute energy healing, a 45-minute.
Who needs a session with Melish Mel? A session. Who needs a session? Pay her money. A session.
Energy healing and spiritual coaching session, or you can pick a custom session and we can fit the session to meet your needs. We can just talk. Some people just want to talk about deconstruction because they don't have anybody else to talk to. I am here for it. I love meeting you guys face to face and getting to spend some time with you, and I am here to serve you. Book your session here. Now back to the show.
And then right after the tunnel, I immediately dropped out into this bright, beautiful white light, and going from this really dark tunnel into this bright, calm, peaceful light took me a minute there to orient. And once I adjusted, the next thing I felt was this beautiful hug of white light love. It's the best love that you can ever imagine. If you can think of someone or something that you've loved more than anything in your life, you know, it's the love that I felt in that light is even more powerful, more profound, more pure than that. And I felt all this love all around me and all through me. And I was soaking it in. It felt so good. And the next thing I felt after that was this overwhelming sense of peace, peace like I've never felt before, the kind of peace where if someone tells you everything's going to be okay or all is well and you really believe them, it just washes over you. And it was just a knowing that everything is okay. And at that moment, although I was a part of that loving white light, I still had my own unique vibration, I guess you could say, or energy. You know, I could feel my soul as a part of the white light, but also as me, as distinctly me. And I looked down, even though I was not, you know, I didn't have a physical body. I could feel my attention being directed down. And I noticed all these holes in my soul or my energetic space. It was almost like looking at a clear bubble, but pieces of it were missing. And I could see that those holes were being filled in. And they were being filled in with that love that I was experiencing and with that peace that I was experiencing. And I was being made whole again. I was getting a profound healing is what I was getting. And I was brought back to oneness.
I gotta jump in here. She was getting her holes filled. They were filling her holes. I mean, Jesus. Lady, come on, don't be so nasty.
Pieces of it were missing. And I could see that those holes were being filled in. And they were being filled in with that love that I was experiencing and with that peace that I was experiencing. And I was being made whole again. I was getting a profound healing is what I was getting. And I was brought back to oneness. Those holes, you know, it was trauma, it was emotional pain, physical pain, everything that I had picked up along the way from my earth life that hurt was being healed while I was in that white light. And I felt this sense of, oh, this is what it feels like to be me. This is what it feels like to be whole and who I've always been at my core and who my true self is really. And right at that moment, I got this sense of feeling very seen. I knew I was being seen for all of me, for every minute of life that I had ever lived or lifetimes that I've ever lived. And everything good, not good, and everything in between that I had ever done. I was just seen. And that was very healing, very seen, very accepted for all of the parts of me, all of the experiences that I had been through, and just loved for everything that I am and that I was in that moment. And I was really enjoying this, really taking it all in. I was feeling very replenished. I was feeling like I was getting my energy back. I was feeling vibrant. And then I noticed, and this was just for a brief second, so I don't have a very good description of this because it was so brief, but I then noticed what I thought were other souls coming in around me. It felt like a crowd of people that I was familiar with. I'm guessing it was maybe loved ones that have passed on were coming to get me or coming to greet me or coming to help me. But I didn't have enough time to understand what that was, because right at that moment, I heard this inaudible voice say, "You need to go back." And I was blindsided by that because I felt like, oh, I'm finally home. This is the place I never want to leave. And then hearing you need to go back, that's not what I wanted to hear. And so I protested. I said, no, 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 please don't make me go back. And then again, I heard the voice. It was firm but gentle, say, you need to go back. And it was in a way where I knew this was not a negotiation. I'm going back. I'm going back. Firm but gentle, say. And so I protested. I said, no, 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 here. And so I protested. I said, no, 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 please don't make me go back. And then again, I heard the voice. It was firm but gentle, say, you need to go back. And it was in a way where I knew this was not a negotiation. I'm going back. I'm going back to my body, back into the physical world. And right at that moment, I felt a little bit of a nudge back into the tunnel. And I went backwards through the tunnel very quickly. And then the next thing I knew, I was sucked into my body through the top of my head. I felt the pain return just for a split second. It was just enough for me to know, okay, I'm back. I'm back in my body. I'm not in the light anymore. I'm back in this world. And then I completely blacked out until much later that evening when I was in pre-op getting ready for surgery. And what had happened was I had a kidney stone that had become lodged in my ureter. I didn't know I had the stone, but as it was trying to leave my kidney, it got stuck in my ureter. And so all of the toxins that your kidney typically filters out was getting pushed back into my body. And so my entire blood supply had become infected and I had gone into septic shock. And that was the reason for my NDE.
Jane, thank you so much for sharing. I would love to ask you a couple questions about your near-death experience.
Okay.
So you mentioned when you came back into your body, it was kind of more a situation where you were just told this is going to happen. A question that a lot of people have is, do we have a choice in coming to these lives on Earth?
I think we do. And I'm sure that somewhere at some boardroom meeting before I came into this current life, I knew I was going to have an NDE and I knew I was going to be sent back, and I still protested it anyway. So yeah, I do think that we are part of the planning for our souls and our lives. That doesn't mean we always go along with it, though.
Right.
We can bring a lot of resistance in, and we definitely do that in our bodies. But even think about me out of my body completely, where there was no ego, no mental chatter interference, and I still protested it. And so maybe that says something about the personality of my soul too, of no, I just want to be here, and I am one to kind of speak up a little bit more. And so I do believe that we have a choice. I think that there's the choices that we've made that our humanness doesn't agree with. There's still a lot of wisdom there, and it in some ways, we have to find really the strength to trust the wisdom of our souls and of our higher selves and what we have laid out for ourselves, even though it may not be what we want in that moment.
Right. This is a question that gets asked a lot, but I do ask almost all of my guests this. Why are we here? Were you given any information on why we're living these lives on Earth?
I did not realize I was receiving the information while I was on the other side. But when I came back into my body and into the physical world, and when I recovered from my illness, I just had this knowing that we are here to love, and we are here to heal, and we are here to grow. And I think most near-death experiencers come back with a similar lesson or knowing. And so we are here to love. We are here knowing that I did not realize I was receiving the information while I was on the other side. But when I came back into my body and into the physical world, and when I recovered from my illness, I just had this knowing that we are here to love, and we are here to heal, and we are here to grow. And I think most near-death experiencers come back with a similar lesson or knowing. And so we are here to love, we are here for connection, and we are here to heal our traumas and to learn from our woundings and to use that learning and that healing to make the world a better place. And it could be on a, grand global scale. It could be a conversation that you have with your next door neighbor about personal healing work that you've done. And I say this because when I was in the light, I got that full healing. I mean, I was healed 100%. But as soon as I came back, it was like all the baggage I left at the door when I went into the light, it was still waiting there for me to pick back up. And so although I had that healing for my soul in this world, in the physical world on planet Earth, we still have the density of it. And it's still there. Even when you've had a profound healing, it is still there to heal on a physical level. So then we can go out and help and love others because of that healing that we've done.
If you enjoyed this video, you'll find the link to the full interview in the description. You'll also find my guest links and a link to sign up for a one-on-one session for me. You can join the sanctuary, become a YouTube member. Find the link to the full interview in the description. You'll also find my guest links and a link to sign up for a one-on-one session for me. You can join the sanctuary, become a YouTube member, or find LCL merch. Thank you so much for your support. Now go do an act of kindness for someone in your life. Be loved, be happy, be at peace, and I will see you in our next video.
Possibility of change. All through your life, you have the possibility. All through your life, you have the possibility of change. Right? That's what life is for. You can change, you can change, you can change. But once you get to the end, then that's it. That's you. It's like you're boxed up. Like this is Michaela. And you
that's scary.
Yeah, that is scary.
You got to get on top of it right now.
That is scary. That's why there is an urgency to basically orienting ourselves properly, and understanding that our priorities need to be in the right place, because there is this, and it's not like this is something that everything is like that. Like everything is judged when it finishes. you tend not to judge something while it's happening. It's like you watch a movie and you kind of, maybe you like it, you don't like it, but you're like, I'm going to withhold judgment, unless it's really horrible. But most of the time you're like, I'll withhold judgment. And then when it's over, then it's like, okay, now I have the whole movie.
Yeah.
And now I can tell you if it was a good or a bad movie. And I think that's the way to understand people's lives. It's like, once you're done, this has been the chance for you to kind of orient yourself properly. And so that tends to be the way that it's understood, is that then there is some kind of particular judgment that happens once you die. But it's a continuation of you. Like, it's not. This is something that at least for more traditional Christians we kind of understand, is that when you die, you're not going to become another person, right? If you are still attached to certain sins really strongly, or still attached to certain passions very strongly, then the fact that your body stops functioning isn't going to take that away. And so that's why also you kind of have to get through this stuff when you're alive, because when you die, then it's going to play out. You could say a good way to understand it is something like your body is actually a limit to the worst aspect of you. Right? Let's say you let yourself become really, really vengeful and resentful, and in your life, and you don't deal with that. You don't forgive, you don't deal with it, you just keep it boiling. Your body is actually a limit to that, right? Because your body will prevent you, and the reality of the physical world will prevent you from going to the end of your desires. But once your body is gone, then the limit's gone too.
Interesting.
And so then the desire becomes something like a fire that burns you, because you can't, it's like imagine you're hungry, but your body can't eat, but you're obsessed with eating. It's something that has, let's say, taken over your life, where it's like it's your only pleasure, it's your only joy, it's the thing that you centered on. And once your body's gone, then it's like a fire that burns you. It's a good way of understanding it. Like, it's a good way of understanding why we describe hell the way we do.
I mean, yeah, that's a good way of visualizing it.
And so it's actually love that's burning you in hell, right? It's also a good way of understanding it. It's like we're asked to love the right things in our life. We're asked to properly order our loves, and so you should love God, you should love your neighbor, you should love your family, you should love.
So Michaela Peterson is the daughter of Jordan Peterson. She has 1.36 million subscribers. She has the check mark from YouTube. She's verified, in other words. Excuse me. She's verified. As I said, 1.36 million subscribers. And in a year, only 12,000 views. And people like Jeremy can't understand YouTube. He's just a fucking idiot. He's a fool. He's not the only one. 12,000 views and 1.36 million subs. Now, Jeremy would say, well, she obviously bought all those subs. This is a realm of simpletons. That's what this realm is. And at times, I still wonder, why do I try to teach? Because so many are like that. There's no way of getting through to them, because they're functioning at such a low level. He said something similar about my channel, but the disparity between the views and the subs was not as great as 12,000 views in a full year and a huge number of subs. 1.36 million subs. So she should at least have hundreds of thousands of views, if not 300,000, 500,000, a million, according to Jeremy, or over a million, over 2 million. 12,000 is nothing for 1.36 million subs. But a lot of dummies can't understand this. and they can't understand very much at all. Now, is it crucial to you understanding this to get out of this realm? No. But if you don't know anything about how anything works here, then how are they not going to be able to fucking trick you? It's not just a matter of saying no to them. It might be more complex than that. You might have to understand a little bit about how this realm of deception works. And if you're fooled in this realm, who is to say they're not going to fool you out of body? And a lot of truthers that call themselves truthers are fucking idiots that are duped. They're just so stupid. And they are. And they're not honest. They lie. And you deserve to be here. You really do. If you lie about real truth speakers, you shouldn't ever get out of here. You belong here.
The people around you, and you are allowed to love beautiful things. You're allowed to have some type of, let's say, not just allowed, but it's good to enjoy a good meal or to have a good time or to, like, all these things are good. It's just they have to be in the right order. And that's all it is that the sin is when you put loves in the wrong order, right? Because it's like, sex is a good thing. It's when it's in the wrong place that it becomes a problem. When you put it above if you put sex above, let's say, the true love of a family united, then all hell breaks.
She just nods her head the whole time. And she will tell people that she's brilliant. And people will believe her because she's famous. And that's how stupid people are, for the most part, in this realm. Most people are zombies. This guy's a Christian. All right? She was named Michaela after that Russian Gorbachev, and he made her name the feminine version. Instead of Mikhail, Peterson named her Michaela. And Peterson is creepy, and so are most of his fans. And most people in this realm are pretty fucking creepy. They follow the creepiest shit. And I think a lot of people that come to my channel have a savior complex. You believe you're going to save zombies and turn zombies into thinkers, and you're just delusional. And no other channel around that I've ever seen is going to call that out and call you that. You're fucking delusional. If you think that you're going to turn zombies into thinkers, you might as well tell me, hey, Steven, I'm going to open up a fancy restaurant. And I say, where? And you say, it's out in the street in the sewer. You're going to turn a sewer into a fine dining restaurant. And you're not going to clean out the sewage. You're using the sewage as the food. Like, you're fucking mental. You're delusional. And people don't like to hear that. But a lot of you think you're going to turn zombies into thinkers. And I'm telling you could spend the next 30 years trying. You'll never do it.
Loose. Then people cheat on each other. Then everything becomes crazy. And so that's the way to understand it. But it's love that burns you in hell, because it's the fact that so you could understand sometimes this is even extreme, but some of the Orthodox saints.
He tells you it's love that burns you in hell, and people will believe this. People will believe this. I think humans will believe anything that isn't true. If it's true, they won't. But if it's like this shit, it's love that burns you in hell. You just can't make this shit up. They tell you the most demonic shit, and people sit there with a straight face.
And all things, then people cheat on each other, then everything becomes crazy. And so that's the way to understand it. But it's love that burns you in hell, because it's the fact that so you could understand sometimes this is even extreme. It's the fact that so that's the way to understand it. But it's love that burns you in hell, because it's understand it, but it's love that burns you in hell, because it's the fact that so you could understand sometimes this is even extreme, but some of the Orthodox saints have said that the fire in hell is the love of God, and that the love that the fire of Pentecost, right? The fire of the Holy Spirit that comes down on the disciples, that it's the same fire that's burning in hell. It's just that if you love the proper thing, like if you love God, if you love others, if you forgive, if you live a life that is transparent to God, then the fire will consume you in the right way, will like bring you up, right? Will kind of push you up into the...
That's so interesting.
And so you see that, like, there are even some modern, like C.S. Lewis talks about that. Like, there's a lot...
So interesting.
Right, will kind of push you up, right? Will kind of push you up into the...
That's so interesting.
Right, will kind of push you up into the...
That's so interesting.
And so you see that, like, there are even some modern, like C.S. Lewis talks about that. He kind of presents heaven and hell that way. I think it's the best way.
So like the same place, but people react to it
something
differently
like that.
based on their aim almost?
Based on what it is that they love.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah. So think about it, like, a good way of understanding it too, I've used this example, which is that imagine that you do something really horrible to someone, right? And then that person answers you with love. And so you're faced with this person. This person basically forgives you, welcomes you with open arms. And in that moment, you have two choices. You can accept that, or you can refuse that. You can let it go, and you can move into the embrace, or you can say, you can be even more angry at the person, even more resentful. And then that person's love will burn you. It's like St. Paul talks about, coals being shoveled on your head. And that's a real thing. People experience that all the time. And it's the same again with any love that we have. We could already experience hell a little bit in this world when we don't get what we want, and then we get angry, and then we let that kind of consume us. And it's like, especially if what you want is your dinner on time or whatever, or some ridiculous detail about life that really is secondary. When you let that consume you, it's like that's love consuming you. And that's love burning you. But it's the wrong love. It's the love that's pointed in the wrong direction, because you really want that, whatever it is that you want. You can't get it. So you're touching hell there.
Wow, crazy. You said C.S. Lewis talked about this
a
little?
Yeah, he has a book called The Great Divorce.
I dreamed I saw my maternal grandmother sitting by the bank of a swimming pool, which was also a river. Her genital region was exposed dimly. It had the appearance of a thick mat of hair. She was stroking herself absent-mindedly. She walked over to me, with a handful of pubic hair compacted into something resembling a large artist's paintbrush. She pushed this at my face. I raised my arm several times to deflect her hand. Finally, unwilling to hurt her or interfere with her any further, I let her have her way. She stroked my face with the brush gently and said, like a child, "Isn't it soft?" I looked at her ruined face and said, "Yes, Grandma, soft." She pushed this at my face. I raised my arm several times to deflect her hand. Finally, unwilling to hurt her or interfere with her any further, I let her have her way. She stroked my face with the brush gently and said, like a child, "Isn't it soft?" I looked at her ruined face and said, "Yes, Grandma, soft."
These young women today who wonder what's important, whether they should go have a career or whether they should have family. As far as I'm concerned, there's no choice because a family has to happen in a limited amount of time. There's lots of time for a career, but there's only a very short time to find a husband and have children. And wow, to have a husband and some children and then start your career, wow, you have a long life. You might have 50 years to have a career. That's plenty of time. These young women today who wonder what's important.
I think about the biggest events in my life, divorce being one of them. I have not been through that, but I could imagine how challenging that would be. You're a very well put together dude. And so I'm looking to get under the collar a little bit. I want to feel maybe more essence of you on this pod than maybe you've ever shared. Not to put you on the spot, but here we go.
Let's give it a shot.
When you were going through the divorce with Michaela Peterson, that took you to a place where you had to choose, right? You probably experienced an incredible amount of fear. What was that like, divorcing Michaela? How did that come about? And what did you learn about yourself?
Well, the fear at that point really comes from several perspectives. There's the fear of obviously making the wrong choice for our daughter. That's the primary concern. But then there's also moral questions in terms of, well, if we could not make this relationship work, if this is not something that is good for either of us, not something that we even want anymore, how do we untangle ourselves with the least amount of damage? And how do we do this in a way that allows us to process all of these different complicated emotions, right? Separating hurts, losing people hurts, having people turn on each other hurts, right? And unfortunately, as something of that scale plays out, there are so many factors, it's impossible not to be scared. And at least if it's not, maybe if it's not impossible, at least it was impossible for me, right? It took me several years to process everything that properly happened, to work through the experiences, to let go of the conversations, to let go of, the hopes and dreams you people built together, and then realize that there's an alternative reality and that there's an alternative identity to be built. In many ways, when I left that relationship, I had to leave a lot of myself behind because of how much I applied into it. I can't speak for Michaela, so I'm not going to, but for me, it was also the fear of saying, I have ended myself up in a place where I don't even know my own identity because of how attached I got and how much time I spent with the Peterson family, for instance, because I spent a lot of time with Jordan Peterson while he was sick, traveled extensively with him. I went to Russia. I brought him to Serbia. I've tended to scare for many, many hours a day in Canada. And that's a personal connection. Plus, he's a cool guy. I like him. Yeah. It's quite interesting. So losing the people behind it, losing the relationship was a challenge because I'm so attached to this idea that we could have this type of connection. But, losing family is tough. And then it was a reinvention, a reflection on myself and saying, well, what do I want to keep and what do I want to discard? And the discarding part was difficult, right? It's very hard to let go and eliminate parts of ourselves that are present. And they knock on your door, right? They say, I am here and I'm real and I exist. And if you say, no, you're not, you're just creating problems for yourself. You're creating tension in yourself. What you must do is you must say, you know what, I release you, I'll let you go. You can hang out with me for the next, many years if you wish, this other side of me, this other section, section of my psyche. But you're not bound to me anymore. You're not connected. And using that release mentality over time where you're simply letting things go and not chasing them away, but also not allowing them to take hold of your life. That was kind of the big thing that I used to come over the fears and process the fears as they came to be.
That's honest. Yeah, I don't know what that's like. I can only have compassion for it. And so many people in my audience are probably like, I've been there. I've been divorced myself. There is mystery of God. Actually, God and God's self is all mystery. I don't think we can ever really understand God. I think we can know God, but I don't think we can understand exactly verbatim what God is. God connected you both. Creator brought you together. So you met when you...
Listen to this. Creator, we could never know God. The same bullshit that people spew all the time. It's disgusting. Trying to save my voice this live stream or conserve it. Jake the fake. He loves the shekels, this guy. He loves the shekels. He loves the Sanpaku eyes. And people love this weirdo. They love this creepy creature. Hundreds watching them. Hundreds hit the like button. This is how dumb the average truther is. They're just a bunch of fucking zombies.
He didn't pay me to say that. Or did he? He says, I've never voted and never will, but every election is the most important of our lifetime. Yeah, that's like back in the day, every WWE pay-per-view was going to be the biggest event ever. This year's SummerSlam is going to be the biggest WWE event of the year. It's going to be unbelievable. And then this year's WrestleMania is going to be the biggest WrestleMania of all time, right? Yeah, that's just a promotional tactic. The biggest debate ever known. Joe Biden versus Donald Trump. No holds barred. And then 4 years later, right? You thought Joe Biden versus Donald Trump was awesome, but now it's Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris, the greatest election of all times. Be a part of the greatest election of our lifetimes and vote for your favorite today. Voting does not guarantee that your side will win. All right. Thank you, Lintaway Air Duct Cleaning. I appreciate that. And it looks like I missed a few super chats. Let me go back and get those.
Streaming, but to me, now I don't really know how most of you guys feel about the IRL streaming, but to me, I feel like every time I watch an IRL stream, actually I don't even watch them, but every time I see a clip of them, there's just some degenerate BS going on, whether it's fights, drug and alcohol abuse, the stuff that clavicular guy's got going on, doing meth and all. There's a lot of weird stuff going on in IRL streaming. And since retiring from the UFC, Rampage Jackson has done a whole lot. He's been in movies, this, that, the other. But Rampage Jackson's most recent venture is live streaming on Kick. And I'm sure he's making a crazy bag to do it. And in this video, he was streaming with Larry Wheels, who is a very famous power lifter, bodybuilder type influencer, and Dean the Great, who's a boxer influencer as well, who actually boxed one of the Vargas brothers on the Andrew Tate and Chase DeMoore card back in December. Now, right here, you see Larry Wheels slapped Dean the Great. Look, guys, a lot of this content creation stuff is skits and all of that, but Larry Wheels slaps Dean the Great. They're drunk on stream. Dean the Great wants to shoot Larry Wheels. Kind of all that stuff kind of seems like a skit. But then less than 24 hours later, Dean the Great gets elbowed and gets into a fight with former UFC fighter turned manager Tiki Gosen. Now, there's a lot of weird stuff. I know this isn't my normal content, but it is Rampage Jackson and former UFC fighter Tiki Gosen. So this is a MMA UFC related type of topic. This is not becoming a streamer reaction channel or anything like that. I promise. All right. So you guys know me. My name is Wyatt. This is Fight Society. Let's get into the video. All right, guys, so right here we have Larry Wheels, as I just described, famous power lifter, slapping Dean the Great. And apparently Dean the Great was basically disrespecting Larry Wheels and trying to get with his wife, essentially, and it ended up with him getting slapped.
Whoa! No, don't do no. Oh, whoa.
I know we're streaming this shit.
No, hey, bro. You know why?
She a queen, though. Listen. Whoa. I know we're streaming. Got a show.
Hey, handle your liquor.
His
Come
wife
on.
up for grabs.
Hey, he's been mad disrespectful.
Smiling, she
hey,
laughing.
did you get that?
We're doing the hands. Listen.
You ready for him to get it? Oh! Yeah.
I was waiting for that fucking moment.
That was a real ass slap, nigga. Get your ass in the van, nigga. It was a hard ass slap, nigga. Come on.
Let's go.
Now, a lot of you guys might not know this, but a ton of this streamer stuff is skit. I guess they call them segments as well, but they're skits that are planned out. Certain fights, certain crazy things that you happen on stream. There's skits that have to get set up. I hate to blow the whistle on that one, but yeah, most of the IRL streams that you guys watch, that shit's not real. I mean, I don't know if Clavicular actually ran over that guy with his Cybertruck, but most of these things are not real. They are scripted. And if you ever seen an IRL stream, this stuff happens after like 4 hours of the most unwatchably boring shit you have ever seen in your life. But here they are. He just got slapped. Now they're going in some van. And look, she says, stop touching me. And he said, his wife is up for grabs. That's fucking crazy.
Whoa! No, don't do. Oh, whoa.
Hey, you see right here, he's drunk, he's not handling his liquor, and he's on stream doing this stuff. And Dean is one of those people that'll do just about anything to go viral, whether it's for the right reasons or the wrong reasons. If you saw him during the Misfits Mania, the Andrew Tate fight, like the press conference and the buildup and all that, he was calling Amado Vargas's mom a torta, like crazy, crazy shit. Now, afterwards, Rampage was really, really clowning on him. And this is where you guys start to see that a lot of this streamer stuff is jokes, skits, and all of that.
My boy, I should have had your back, but I ain't want that big nigga smack you. Oh! That nigga big as fuck, nigga. You was on your arm, nigga. That was a real ass slap, nigga. Get your ass in the van, nigga. I ain't gonna lie, I feel bad for you because you look gay and you got fish smacked by a 300-pound nigga. I heard you loud and clear. I'm never fucking with your wife again.
I need my get back, bro.
You can't do nothing. Get your ass back to the gym, nigga. Get your get back.
Okay, now Rampage, I know Rampage has a lot of shit that, in my opinion, he's done wrong. Like all of the defense that he ran for his son, very clearly being in the wrong. The whole Rajah Jackson Psycho Stu assault that took place. Rampage Jackson was calling people racist and called MMA Guru racist for saying that his son should be in jail. So many things. Rampage has been up to some degenerate shit as a streamer, hanging out with 18-year-old OnlyFans girls and all that stuff. But at the same time, he is funny when he's not up to like a bunch of weird shit. And it is weird to see this like 50-year-old father and Unk become this big streamer. It's not necessarily surprising given the personality that Rampage Jackson is. I mean, we all got to know him very well through his years with the UFC. But at the same time, he does become a little bit of an Unk right here. I mean, even right here, Dean the Great losing his mind over here, about to fucking go shoot Larry Wheels. This is crazy shit.
Fuck this nigga, bro.
Nigga.
This nigga decided to shot me in front of girls, nigga.
No, the girls didn't see it. He stopped being in front of his wife. These girls didn't see it. I'm being blunt with you. They didn't see it.
This nigga ain't bulletproof.
100%. I'm gonna tell you something. Hey, you my boy. Hey, you my boy. You my boy.
Nigga, fuck that. I'm not gonna stop on camera, nigga.
Even at this point, I still feel that this right here is content. I know it's crazy. You're like, damn, he slapped him in front of his wife, and now they're talking about guns and all this shit.
Hello everyone, Perpetual Pleasurist here. So in this video, we're going to be commenting on a video done by a channel called Schizo Dumps, and it's called Meditation is Suspicious to Me. We'll see what he has to say on this, and I feel like I have a lot of cool things that could be added to this topic for everyone's benefit. So let's dive right in, shall we? This is actually my first time watching this specific video, so you'll be watching it with me for the first time. Here we go.
Alright, so for this video, I'm going to talk about why I'm not necessarily a big fan of meditation. This is something that I've had on my mind for quite a while now. I've always had like a bad gut feeling when it comes to meditation. It's always been something that is very, I guess, uncomfortable to me. And it's not only uncomfortable to me, but like the thing is about meditation is the first thing that makes me sort of skeptical of meditation is the fact that it's very associated with New Age stuff. And it's very promoted. Anything that's like promoted and anything that's like in your face, mainstream, is something that you should be questioning, right? Like the more visible it.
Yes, immediately. That's obviously you shouldn't be paranoid of stuff that's mainstream, but everything that is mainstream, your immediate first step should always be, okay, let me make sure to verify if something is mainstream that there's actual usefulness or genuine positivity that's not fake in it, or something that I can use to benefit others in a real way with it, right? So if you notice that there's a fakeness or like something under the surface or something that people are being hypocritical about with whatever it is that's mainstream, then you should definitely have a red flag towards it. Obviously, you know, stay sane about it. Don't be paranoid about it, but just know what you're dealing with, you know?
The more you should be questioning it, the more, and I talk about this in other areas, like when it comes to like people like Joe Rogan, when it comes to like podcasters that get popular out of nowhere, when it comes to, you know, YouTube channels and YouTubers and celebrities that get popular out of nowhere. I talk about how anything that's like extremely visible, like shoved in your face, is something that the system wants you to see. And you see this a lot with meditation. Right. People say, oh, just meditate, bro, just meditate. Right. And so that's the first thing that makes me skeptical, is how mainstream it is, how promoted it is, how like it's shoved into everyone's face.
That is an excellent point. I've had the same firsthand experience throughout my whole life. And specifically in this regard. So I've noticed that everything that's really large scale, the more mainstream it is, it's obviously something that this world itself, this matrix world, wants us to see, right? So obviously it wouldn't be mainstream if it wasn't something that this world itself was pushing us to see, or I should say the beings or entities or whatever it is, whoever it is that's behind this particular world wants us to see it, right? And 9 times out of 10, when you look at anything that's large-scale mainstream, with very few exceptions, yes, there are some exceptions. There are some mainstream things that are actually healthy. But with, I would say 9 times out of 10, most large-scale, really mainstream things are always mixed in with some massive degree of hypocrisy or some massive dark fake undertones. And it's really bad in so many cases. Like with a lot of the New Age stuff, you know, magical thinking and stuff like this type of thing. It always covers underneath the surface like really nasty-hearted people. You know what I mean? You see it a lot. See it all the time.
First of all, but the second thing that makes me skeptical is the fact that meditation directly attacks the markers of a human soul. Right? You think about the inner monologue. You think about the imagination. You think about mental imagery, like the fact that you can have like a shiny 3D apple inside your brain, and you can have like an inner monologue sort of debate inside of your head, right? These are all markers of a human soul, and meditation directly attacks this. And so
we'll see what he has to say coming up after this. He's saying meditation specifically attacks this. I'm assuming the type of meditation he's talking about is specifically, in particular, the mainstream / New Age promoted versions of meditation. Whereas, of course, we're talking about meditation, there's different varieties, different versions. There's actually very distinct varieties and versions depending on what you're doing. And we'll get into that in just a little bit. We'll see what he has to say about this, what he's referring to in terms of the type of meditation he's talking about here.
I think that, like, whenever it comes to, you know, like what is the purpose of meditation and like these New Age religions and all this other stuff, I think one of the things that I see with a lot of these New Agers is that meditation is essentially a way of factory resetting someone, right? And this is really related to the whole like ego death stuff, right? Like, oh, you need to attain ego death, you need to silence your ego, right?
Oh yeah, big red flag. Never, ever, 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 ever take to any type of ego death narrative. That should be the biggest red flag of all time. Any narrative whatsoever that tells you to get rid of or overcome or be done with the ego, bad news, bad juju. Don't touch that shit with a 20-foot pole. I mean, yeah, you can understand what the narratives are, but you'll notice that. So I should say, let me reiterate that. You should study and understand what people are believing about this no ego thing. So you should thoroughly understand what they mean by that, but understand the hole in that ideology, right? At the very least, there's a hole in it. And in the worst case, in far more cases, it covers up an extremely dark-hearted person and an extremely hypocritical psychology in almost every case when somebody's fixated on this whole ego death thing. And we'll get into why coming up soon. So in one of the reasons I appreciate both Hare Krishna and Gnosticism, the independent individual practice branches thereof, not the mainstream branches, I promise you. The reason I appreciate the hybrid of those two ideas is because that's the only place I've actually seen really on the entire planet where they actually encourage you to go all the way into your real ego beyond your false ego. So there's no question of overcoming ego entirely or getting rid of it. The idea is you have an eternal identity that's according to your personal desire forever, and you should distinguish your eternal desires that you actually want, distinguished from false things imposed on you or desires imposed on you by others, etc. So distinguishing real correct ego from false ego, not getting rid of the ego itself, but just clarifying the distinction between the two versions of ego. Much more thorough explanation of this than anything I've seen in the world since.
And you know, people talk about like, oh, it's the monkey mind, like your mind's generating noise all the time, and like they talk about it as if it's a bad thing, but I think it's a good thing that you have creativity, that you have thoughts, that you have stuff that you can think about, that you have you know, activity inside your brain that can be expressed. This is why we have a creative drive as human beings.
Okay, that answers a lot actually, even before he goes further into it. Beautiful. So the type of this is another thing I love about the Hare Krishna / Gnostic fold. Again, the independent practice versions of it, not the mainstream, not the doctrine versions, not the you know, somebody else says you have to do this versions, just the versions you practice yourself, one-on-one, directly with the divine, directly with paradise, directly with the goddess and God, Radha Krishna, pleasure entities, etc., etc., etc. You know, other eternal beings. I'll get onto all that in a little bit here too. But basically, this is great. So he's has a positive stance on imagination, creativity, things you actually personally desire to focus on. And in fact, what's cool about the Hare Krishna literatures is they emphasize, and the Gnostic literatures, the proper ones that are the correct ones, they also emphasize meditating on what your highest, deepest desire is, right? In detail. So meditating on specific forms, specific personalities, specific things you want to be doing, specific the specific layout of your own custom paradise state, etc. These are the types of things you're supposed to be meditating on, according to the Hare Krishna practice. You're absolutely not at all supposed to try and blank your mind out from thoughts. You actually do the exact opposite. You flood your mind with detailed visuals, 24/7 of exactly what you want to experience at the highest levels of pleasure and joy, both experiencing that and exuding that from you. Therefore, you can experience at least a little sample of where you came from before you were entrapped in this world. That's how meditation is supposed to be done, but the rest of the world is flooded with this bullshit, clear your mind out of thoughts meditation idea, or merge into the transcendent oneness bullshit, or whatever, right? It's all bullshit according to the Hare Krishna view, and it's also bullshit according to the correct Gnostic views as well, which is why they're, in my opinion, the two best ideologies on the planet.
This is why we have a drive to create stuff. This is why, like, I remember I doodled and I drew a lot whenever I was a kid. I made origami stuff, right? Like I folded, like, you know, paper swans and all this other stuff, and I made up stories inside my head, right? Like these are all good things, and yet the New Age attacks this as if it's a bad thing, as if it's like, oh, in order to achieve enlightenment, you need to, like, you know, yet again, just like wipe your hard drive, right? And so.
Yeah, exactly. See, all of those creative, imaginative things are incredibly very good things. And this is why I say, even other YouTube content creators and people who have had, like, you know, major raging outbursts at me for whatever reason, you know, who knows? Even the ones, you know, whether they're diagnosed with schizophrenia or not, and I'm referring to other people, schizodumps. I'm not referring to you right now. There's other people I've encountered that were diagnosed formerly with schizophrenia. I don't know what the case is here exactly as of this video, but long story short, you know, whatever the case was, you know, someone would produce a good quality video content, and then one thing led to another, and at some point they just had some weird flip out on me. Even then, a lot of these individuals were extremely imaginative and creative and exercising that faculty. That's something I highly appreciate about them, in spite of, you know, us having a disagreement or whatever. At least they were still focused on their own creativity, and they were refusing to cave to the mainstream and refusing to cave to people telling them to blank their mind out and this and that. So that's something I highly respect. Even if someone, you know, has emotional issues or whatever, I respect far more that they're going to stick to their guns and their own individuality, even if it means, you know, that they're not going to specifically agree with me. I highly respect that, someone disagreeing with me and doing their own thing over and above engaging in some mainstream brainwashy bullshit by far. You know, I'd much rather interact with someone who flips on me and, you know, has really major emotional issues over and above somebody who's like this mainstream brain dead zombie, you know, who's fake nice to me all the time. You know, I'd much rather have a person who says, you know, I can't stand you, you know, your guts, wallet, whatever, you know, they're in my face all the time, over and above somebody who fakely acts like they like me, but you can always tell underneath the surface they really don't, you know. if I had to choose. That's my stance on it.
And you see like a lot of these new agers, whenever like the people who really get into meditation, the people who really get into like Kundalini yoga stuff, right? Like the Kundalini yoga, the silencing the mind, and all this other stuff. It's like their entire personality has been wiped from their mind, right? It's like the factory reset button has been pushed inside the brain. And look at the people like in the New Age, like Eckhart Tolle, right, is one of these guys. Look at people like Tom Campbell. Look at people like Darius J. Wright. Look at all of these New Age gurus, right, have some sort of a robot energy to them. Like there's a certain robot energy that they have that makes them sort of it just makes them like it's almost like they're empty vessels walking around, and you can sort of tell that they're empty vessels, right?
You can pick up on it. Yep, exactly.
Right, but, so when it comes to like the the empty vessel stuff, I think that is one of the purposes of meditation. When it comes to like the way that it's promoted, is to essentially promote this idea, and it's a demonic doctrine because obviously demons hate our individuality. Demons hate our individual expression. Demons hate the fact that we have our own distinct personalities, that we have our own distinct view on life.
Yep.
Right, so what they do is they demonize it as quote unquote ego, and they say that ego is bad. You need to erase it. You need to attain ego death or whatever. Right. And so of course they're going to demonize it as ego and tell you that it's bad and that it needs to be erased, that it needs to be wiped from your mind.
And isn't it ironic that these people who go on about this overcome your ego spiel, they're the most egoistic people on the entire fucking planet? Like when you cross them, or when they no longer have their pot smoking, or when they no longer have their DMT or whatever it is that's their crutch, you see their really dark side come out in full force, and they're the most hypocritical, egotistical fucker on the planet in terms of, the most hypocritical, falsely egoistic person on the planet. Once again, distinguishing real eternal paradise ego from temporal, encaged, imprisoned ego, right? Obviously. So, that's something that always stuck out like a sore thumb to me. It's like I only saw Prabhupada and a small handful of others, authors and other people, talk about you have a real ego that's a paradise identification, that's you forever, eternally, that's actually you, that's distinguished from the temporal body and mind false egos, right, that are implanted and imposed on you, which are basically distorted warps from your original ego. So if you're a genuine proper meditator, you'll understand how and in what way and why you in particular were encaged the way you were, and by who. You'll get a pretty good insight into this, and you'll see the connection. You'll see that there's still some traces of who you actually are eternally, even within your false egoistic body and brain, that still are there as patterns that you can actually use to positive advantage if you see how they're connected to your eternal state. In what way? See what they're the perverted reflections of, right?
And this is mind control 101. This is breaking the person down to build them back up. And this is why you see a lot of these new age sort of cults, right? A lot of cults in general, but a lot of these new age cults, like whenever people enter into the cults, what happens is like these people get like this sort of like empty, like sort of lights on but no one's home kind of thing. It's almost like the spiritual version of like a fluoride stare. It's like there's a certain fluoride.
Exactly. Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about. So here is how, for anybody who doesn't know, how to identify an actual cult immediately, how to identify what a cult actually is, distinguished from people just genuinely agreeing with each other. Because now we live in a world where people are so dumb, most people don't even understand the difference between a cult and people just genuinely agreeing on something that makes sense, right? So what defines a cult from people genuinely agreeing on something positive and useful is, in a cult, there's always some kind of guilt trip dynamic somewhere built into the ideology, right? Somewhere. If there's a guilt trip dynamic into it, boom, there's a cult there. Go away from it. Don't have anything to do with it. If there is some type of major exaggeration going on, that's obviously an exaggeration, don't mess with it. It's BS. If there is some sort of magical thinking, you're being told to you can positively think away the chronic pain to your amputated leg or something. No, that's also a bullshit thing. So anything that is manipulative in those ways, if there's a guilt trip dynamic built into it, if there is extreme exaggerations and claims, right? Like, you just meditate, be positive, and you can achieve literally everything you want, blah, 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 blah. That's not how it works. That's an exaggeration. And or the, where, what was the third one? I just had a brain fart. Now here I am doing the NPC brain fart thing. So, don't beat yourselves up if you have a stupid brain fart. Anyway, Point being is that the third, and obviously I'm joking, you know, I don't, you know, you can see me however you want. I really don't care how others see me. Whether you see me as an NPC or a soul being or whatever, that's just how you're seeing me. I don't base anything on how others see me. I know how I am. I know myself. I see myself how I see myself. So that's all there is to it. So in other words, what I was trying to get back to is there's those three things that define the cult. And if you see it, you know exactly to avoid it for those three specific reasons.
Stare that New Agers have. Whenever they get deep into like the meditation stuff, whenever they get deep into like these New Age cults, there's a certain fluoride stare that they have because yet again, what they've done is they've taken their personality, their soul, all of the markers of the soul, like the inner monologue, like the imagination, and they've essentially demonized their own soul, and they've essentially tried to suppress the activity of their soul. And I think that, you know, whenever it comes to like emptying the mind, silencing the mind, right? I like a mind that is, you know, full of the activity that it's supposed to be filled with. I like a mind that is supposed to be, that is filled with all the things that it's supposed to be focused on. I don't like this idea of like an...
Exactly. That's why, okay, just really quick, the reason I had the brain fart was because those two things are very similar. So the exaggerated thinking and the third one was the magical thinking, right? So basically, you know, misplaced positive thing. The exaggeration has more to do with an exaggerated claim, you know, like, okay, this statement is literal history and you must accept it as literal history versus an allegory or a symbol or whatever, and somebody insisting on that or whatever, you know. So that's why there's such similar things that I had a temporary brain fart on what I was trying to think of. But yeah, that's what it was. So guilt tripping, exaggerated claims, and or magical thinking, those three.
Empty mind. Right, like it just bothers me for some reason. And here's the thing: if meditation works for you, if it's something that you like, you know, that's cool. That you're the wise guru or whatever. You know, go, okay, whatever, right? But for me, I don't like this idea of like an empty mind. I like a...
Yeah, I don't either. I've always been averse to this empty mind idea. Even if they're saying, you know, empty your mind first in order to then fill it with the meditations we're going to spoon feed you. Even then, it's the same issue, the same problem. It's like, no, I'm going to meditate on what I desire to the maximum. I'm going to meditate on what I know is my paradise state. Thank you very much. So you can either encourage me in doing that more and be a positive force, or you can be a fake guru or a fake whoever the hell else trying to tell me to do something else. And if you do that, I'll just be like, yeah, no, have a good one. I'm going to meditate the way I know I should be meditating.
Mind that is filled with an imagination. I like a mind that's filled with you know, like with you know, images, with stories, with, you know, contemplations, right?
Yeah,
and this is the thing, I don't meditate, I contemplate. Like what I do, and this is like a daily ritual.
That's correct
that I do,
meditation.
I sit in the corner of my room. I sit on a chair, like on a folding chair, and I set a timer for 30 minutes and I contemplate. I think about stuff. I let my consciousness marinate. So
that's meditation.
I can solve problems,
correctly.
so I can get insight, right? So
Yeah.
like that whole
That's actually what you're describing is the correct way to meditate. Actually, you're deeply contemplating things in great specific detail. You're visualizing. You're really thoroughly thinking through stuff. That is actually correctly how you meditate. And in fact, there's a lot of people that will falsely come, oh no, that's just mental speculation. You need to just clear it. It's like, no, actually, that's exactly what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be contemplating very deeply the most significant things of all, with no exaggerated claims, no magical thinking, none of this impractical bullshit claim crap, just very practical stuff. It's like, okay, what do we know for sure about reality? What do I know about myself in spite of what anybody else outside me says or not, good or bad? How am I being true to myself for real in spite of what I hear from outside? You know, what's really going on here, so on and so forth. Beautiful. That's correct meditation, and I'm glad you do it. So do I.
And yet again, like all of the things that make a human being great, like the creativity, right? Like the insight, like the whole, like the problem solving, right? Like coming up with solutions by mixing things together inside the mind.
Yep.
And having these crazy thoughts. If you think about like creativity in the dream state, right? It's like you're filled with spirit.
Filled.
And
that's
that gives you that imagination. But a lot of these New Agers, like they do the opposite. They attack that and they say that, oh, that's bad. You need to attain ego death and attain enlightenment. And I
so
think
stupid.
that like whenever these people's minds get emptied, they get filled with something else.
Yeah, this blank-eyed stare bullshit.
Right, which is that, and this might be, you know, this might sound extreme to say, but I think that, you know, like whenever people get deep enough into meditation, I think that like their potential to be possessed is
Very
heightened.
true.
And you see this with like psychic channeling, where like a lot of these New Agers, they'll do you know, psychic channeling, right? They'll channel
Which is
their
obvious
spirit
bullshit,
guides. They'll
right.
channel, Archangel Michael, whatever aliens or entities that.
Yeah, I have a lot to say about this so-called channeling stuff. We can, of course, talk about it a lot more in other videos, but I would say the overwhelming number of cases where people claiming they're channelers, especially if they're getting money for it, are bullshitting the people that they are, they're bullshitting their audience for the most part, right? Because think about it. You can literally claim you're channeling anyone or anything and nobody can hold you to account because why? Because there's no way to disprove or prove that you are or aren't in any type of scientific formalized sense, right? I mean, yeah, you might be able to disprove, no, this person isn't actually channeling, but you can just define what channeling is and how it's working according to your own terms. So you can literally make up whatever you want and deceive whoever you want by just saying I'm channeling whoever the fuck from wherever, right? I don't have respect for this whole channeling culture. That's one of the new agey things I don't have much respect for. So that's within the realm of exaggeration, exaggerated claims, magical thinking, and some degree of guilt tripping. Well, guilt tripping if the being they're channeling is trying to get you to feel guilty about something. In that case,
they're channeling, right? And so like the state of mind that people talk about when it comes to like quote unquote psychic channeling is very similar to like the so-called meditative state. And people talk about meditation in a variety of ways. Like when people say meditate on it, like if you have a problem or something, people say meditate on it. That means think about it.
Right.
It doesn't mean silence the mind. That doesn't mean you need to erase your inner monologue. You need to erase your imagination, right? Like that's not what it means, right? So like when people use the word meditation in a variety of ways, right? But like the way that the way that the New Agers use meditation is that it basically means erasing. It basically means like a factory reset of the soul, right? Like it basically means that like you're erasing all the things that make you you. You're trying to erase your personality. You're trying to erase your imagination. You're trying to erase your inner monologue.
It's a
right?
horrible
And these are all
recommendation.
signs of the human soul, right? When we look at
now, this is what's interesting. Of course, there's a distinction between calming down the mind so that your thinking is focused on what you want to think about better, right? So if there's a specific form or paradise meditation you want to think about more clearly, going minimalistic with your house or living environment to help with the meditations be clearer, more consistent, easier to do, that's one thing, right? Meditations on specific formful things. Very different from someone telling you to just blank out your mind or clear out your thoughts or wipe out your thoughts or get rid of the ego or any of these other bullshit claims, right? Which are obvious so many types of evil claims because they lead to evil, because they lead to people not actually acting in more kind, grateful, affectionate ways to others. So there you have it. So let us continue.
Non-player characters. When we look at NPCs, right? What do we say? We say, oh, like this person doesn't, and people are walking around without an inner monologue. Oh man, that explains a lot.
Holy
about
shit.
Why stuff is the way it is in the world. Right? Like people are walking.
Yeah, like this lack of inner monologue, like this guy up here, what he's saying, it's baffling to me that some of you all see stuff in your mind. You see it the way your eyes see. I always thought visualize meant thinking of the words, ideas, feelings associated with a thing, not actual visuals. I'm such a total 5 on the scale. I didn't know 1 to 4 existed. Wow. I think that's called aphantasia, if that's the term. Correct me if I'm wrong in an email. Obviously, I don't have a comment section anymore, but aphantasia, I'll do a follow-up video if that's the right term, but I think that's the term for that, where you literally have no internal visualization. I would not be able to relate to that at all with no internal visual. Like my brain is constantly full of inner visuals all the time. I can't shut the thing. There's so many specific creative, excited things in my brain. When I say I can't shut it off, I mean in the positive sense. I'm not bothered by the amount of things that are in my brain. I like the amount of things that are there because there's so many exciting things there that help me stay positive and excited through the hard times. Because I always have a new creative idea, a new thing that can solve a problem, always, right? Because I have those inner visualizations all the time, right? Which is why it's really easy for me to meditate the proper way. Whereas a lot of people were like he's saying, John Green, I wonder if that's a real post. It looks like 18 million views, it looks like. Wow. So it seems to be a real post from some guy on Twitter. But I know that's a real thing, the aphantasia. That's fucked up. I would hate having aphantasia. That would be a really weird condition. Not being able to internally visualize in my head stuff. That'd be bizarre.
And they can't visualize a shiny apple inside their brain. Like, what the fuck is that? Right? Because these are all things that are associated with the human soul. And so meditation directly combats that. And so that's one of the things that meditation, like one of the reasons why meditation bugs me is it attacks the signs of a human soul, and it's very mainstream. It's way too promoted. It's way too in your face the way that people promote meditation, right? But it's also like you look at the people who really get into.
So please remember this, Schizodumps. Your email says Samuel, so I'm assuming that it might be one of the names you go by. But anyway, so Schizodumps, the person who does this channel, know that the way you're describing meditation in terms of how you do it, that is actual meditation, what you're calling contemplation and stuff. So, you know, it's good you have this in quotation marks to distinguish that, because you're talking about the real type and distinguishing it from the false type. Highly commendable.
Meditation. You look at a lot of the people who really get into, you know, like the meditative state, people who, you know, get into like Kundalini yoga and like yogic practices and all this other stuff, right? They start to have like a robot energy to them. It's like they get assimilated into some sort of hive mind. And yet again, you look at like their stare, you look at like the stare, you look at like the facial expression that they have. You look at like the you know, like the way that they talk, the speech patterns. It's very, very robotic, and and yet again, this is like the sort of spiritual version of like the fluoride stare, like new. It's like the new age.
Yeah, it's like very blank-eyed, right? And a lot of this behavior comes from them getting spoon-fed their information from TikTok and YouTube and Instagram, and just scroll. Busy day. Sleep, get up, go to work, watch YouTube videos, go to work. It's just this whole hodgepodge of constant distractions, and then so when they see something that's just like, oh, blank your mind, do this, it's always something that's really cheesy and really cheap, right? Like some claim that nobody can actually do. Like nobody can actually clear their head of stuff for real. It's a totally artificial thing that's a man-made concoction. Like your brain is built to think. Your brain exists for processing things, and even your mind beyond your physical brain, your transcendent mind, your paradise mind, is an eternal real aspect of your real ego also. So you have a mind that's beyond your physical brain, at least according to all of the experts on genuine meditation, if we're going to accept them as experts. And you can experience this firsthand experience as well, that if you meditate like this, you can very clearly understand why things are happening to you. Not in the sense that, when I say why, I don't mean in the sense of like, oh yeah, you see the purpose in your no. You can see why you're unjustly, improperly being tormented by evil beings that aren't supposed to be doing that to you, and how to combat them. And, or even if you don't look at it from the being perspective, if you look at it from a strictly secular perspective, even temporally, you can see why you're in your situation, and that the impositional world's opposing your desires. And you should combat the impositional world, even if you don't have a spiritual perspective or are secular, either or. Your meditation should not hinge on you needing to be an eternal soul, although yes, most likely you are. My experience says that we are eternal beings beyond, you know, this world. But even then, whatever practice you have, it should account for, even if, hypothetically, this world is just a one-off, and here we are, and that's it. In other words, that way your meditation is comprehensive, and it covers all bases. But basically, what I'm trying to get at here is, great point, great video so far. I'm going to end this video at about the 30-minute mark. That way this one video isn't too long, but I will continue on commenting on this video in the next video following. So stay tuned for that, and I will talk to you soon. Perpetual Pleasure is signing out and plunging in, and I hope you have a good one. Talk to you later.
My physical transition started when I was, I think, 16 years old, so a lot with hormone therapy. And I've also had surgery, what they call bottom surgery. It's essentially where you get your penis removed and create something that resembles a vagina. I can't ever have children because I no longer produce sperm because I don't have testicles because of the surgery. It changes how I go to the bathroom. The surgery itself is pretty gnarly. I mean, it's genital mutilation, essentially. I certainly had this weight on my shoulders, this, because I mean, you are living a lie, you are deceiving. Hey, my name's Ariel DeSalvatore. I'm a detransitioner, and I took cross-sex hormones for over half my life.
The regret rate for trans care is minuscule.
These feelings start up like 2 to 3 years old.
I've been through a lot of things that really helped me become the person that I am now. Things that I wish I would never have to go through again, but things that there's perspectives that I've gained that I appreciate. Like, people shouldn't have to go through the things that I went through to learn what I've learned. So it's kind of a cautionary tale.
So, how old were you when your transition started?
My physical transition started when I was, I think, 16 years old, the early 16 years old. It was hormone therapy replacement, HRT, which is kind of funny because it's not really, I mean, I guess it's replacing it, but it's not something that can really be easily switched out.
Have you found that HRT is reversible?
HRT is definitely not reversible for multiple reasons. As like a clear example, I have breast tissue that I'm stuck with unless I want to get some kind of a surgery to get it removed. It's something that I kind of just live with. Like I have man boobs basically, and I don't know if I ever want to go under the knife again because it's terrifying.
First of all, I guess what did it entail while you were underage? Specifically, if anything other than HRT.
So this is early, right? We're talking 2005. This medical pathway of taking cross-sex hormones to try and live and pass as the opposite sex, I think it was introduced in the early 2000s, if I'm not mistaken. And so back when I started to seek this treatment, there wasn't a ton of resources. And so I had to search online and find a specialist, right? You want to find someone who specializes in what you think is wrong with you. And unfortunately, we found a psychiatrist, perhaps, who was also transsexual. So they had taken cross-sex hormones and live and pass as female. They were born male. We thought this person could help us. And so over the course of like maybe 6 months, maybe 6 sessions or so, it's a long time ago, I don't remember the exact details, but I know that it was at least a handful of sessions over the course of some months to do some counseling sessions. And I tried to explain how I was feeling. I was suffering immensely from gender dysphoria. I had latched onto this idea that if I could live and pass as the opposite sex, I would be happier. But I don't think they really dove into what was the actual cause of my gender dysphoria. And later I found out that it was because of my father and the abuse that I suffered as a child because of him. No therapist, psychiatrist, or doctor helped me understand that. No one helped me explore to try to find the cause of where these things were coming from. I mean, I was anxious and depressed. I was scared. And I feel like I was just used to be affirmed by adults. I was genuinely convinced that I couldn't be a man, I couldn't be male, because everything about masculinity just seemed to come associated with pain, be associated with discomfort, rejection, disapproval. And that came from my father. And so, ironically enough, this psychiatrist that I went to see was the person who gave me the most pushback, but clearly it wasn't anywhere near enough. So they referred me to a doctor in San Francisco who then prescribed hormones. And so I started HRT at 16.
Were there any...
Why was this realm created in the first place? This particular creation was created to experience that which we are not. We are created in the image of the soul, which is you. And when you return to the other side, just like you like to wear certain clothes, so does the soul. It has the style of what it likes to be.
Can you shift into a parallel version of your own life or a different timeline?
Parallel realities are potential time events. And so can we tap into that and see that 100%? When I experienced myself, I was able to relive certain events, yes. From my direct experience, it seems like when you tap into a past event, you could step into that fully. Now, can you tap into a future event, possibility of time, and live it in that way? Yes, you can, but it feels less physical.
Humans are programmed to forget who they are. Who or what made us forget our true nature in the first place?
Us. We agreed to have an experience of the temporary forgetfulness. It was always us. That may not be the answer that people want to hear, but I won't necessarily get into that because I respect your platform enough not to want to get it banned. The moment you step into higher states of consciousness or the source of who you are, then you'll realize that nothing could ever be hidden from you. You are outside of thought itself. You are the one that even makes thought possible. We know that we have an electromagnetic field. So when I think of something in my mind right now, I'm thinking of a clown in front of me. So right now, you can't see that clown. But if you were in this space and you came out of your body or you were clinically dead, you would actually see myself sitting here physically, but you will also see my thought form, the clown, where I'm projecting.
Our dreams, are those real?
Yes, all of it is real, even your dreams itself. There's so much more to you than you could possibly imagine.
Do you think that the Earth is approaching the end of a major cycle?
It's reaching a conclusion, a completion, absolutely.
Hi, everyone. Before we get into the podcast, I just wanted to say 90% of you that are watching this right now aren't subscribed, and it would mean the world to us if you would. So if you can hit that subscribe button and the notifications icon, that would truly help us out and help us to give you the content that you want to watch. So thank you so much, and here we go into the podcast. In your understanding of the cosmic architecture, why was this realm created in the first place? And I'm curious that if we choose our bodies before incarnation, what was the purpose behind choosing our specific life circumstances?
From what I've seen, this particular creation was created to experience that which we are not. Now, when you hear me state that before, it wasn't necessarily to experience that which we are not in the most extreme ways that we experience right now. Okay, because everybody was it was supposed to be a gradual forgetting process to return back to truth in your home of who you are at some point, you know, and you could say within the creation of that has had unforeseen events to take place as well. Now, do we choose to come in or pre-plan certain things? Yes. Not 100% verbatim everything, but there are preset markers that you set. Let's just say, for instance, getting in a relationship or meeting someone, et cetera, you know, there are sometimes a lot of preset events within people's lives. And this is why you will even hear children sometimes say to their parents, "Oh, I chose you this time." Yeah. So you'll hear that a lot within certain kids. Now, when it comes to the physical body, you'll hear a lot of things. It's funny because a lot of the things that I talk about, I promise you, I'm not religious. I haven't even read I can't even read the Bible or anything, but I'm not. But it comes, a lot of the things that I say are just like, I'm like, okay, well, there you go. But when you look at how they say that we are created in the image of God, okay, I want you to flip that. So let's just say, who is the Father? So what's considered the Father? The Father is considered the God source of things, and therefore,
Yeah.
we are created in the image of God. But the Father is actually the soul, which is you, which is every single person is the Father, is the soul, and the source of all things, which is God itself. You could say it's the father and the mother of all things, which is you. Now, I have noticed that certain individuals tend to come in with a particular, all through different lives or even how their soul looks, there's a certain template that is sort of repeated. And this is why you'll even have people that have died and they come back. You'll hear stories where they have a scar or something. And, you know, when they look back into that life review, it's because they were murdered in a certain way and it's presented in the physical body. I have personally noticed that even with myself, I remember looking into certain things, past things within myself, or even other people validating that with me, that they hold a similar, there's a similar look of how their soul looks and how they've looked throughout lifetimes. And that's because we are created in the image of the soul, which is you. And when you return to the other side, just like you like to wear certain clothes or you have your style, so does the soul. It has the style of what it likes to be, and it's picked that template. Now that template's not forever or can never be changed, but it seems to be pretty consistent based off what I've seen, you know. So hope that answers that.
No, that does, and it really, thank you so much for that explanation. I'm sure it's something that a lot of the viewers were curious about. Darius, I also wanted to ask you, and this is something I'm also curious about. Well, I've always thought about this, but never had a chance to ask anybody. During an OBE, can you shift into a parallel version of your own life or a different timeline? And if so, how would you know which one is your home reality?
Okay. It's not necessarily which one was your home reality. So the question that you're really asking is, or the answer to it is, can we, when we come out of our body, see parallel realities, parallel time events? Now, parallel realities are, yes, they're potential time events in that way. And so can we tap into that and see that 100%? So I've seen things within myself, actions that I would do, or let's just say, for instance, there was, I remember doing a interview. This would have to be a year ago. And I was showing myself coming out of my body, how that would unfold and certain things not to say and etc. And so that in essence is a parallel or potentiality, and we have access to all these things. So it's not necessarily like you'll jump into one when you're out of your body and ever get lost, but you could see all these potentials playing out because you have the access to the infinite of possibilities, and also the past as well, and the things that you've experienced in the past. So yeah, you can do those things, but you'll never get lost in them. It's just opening up more of the consciousness and your awareness to see all the things that we can't see physically, and that is also accessing all of those potentials as well. Yep.
Wow. So you can see the different realities and the parallel universes, but you can't actually tap into it in terms of like actually living through that if you wanted to or something like that. That's not possible.
You can do it through, I've experienced it for myself. And again, I don't like to do a lot of theorizing, and so I'm always trying to go back to what I experienced. Is when I experienced myself, I was able to relive certain events. Yes. So can you tap into it in a way where you're living it? Yeah, you can. But from my direct experience, it seems like it's when you tap into a past event, you could step into that fully, as if like feel everything type of deal in that way. Now, can you tap into a future event possibility of time and live it in that way? Yes, you can. But there's still there's a slight difference, like it feels less physical. That's the only way I could describe it. So to answer your question, it's a yes, but it's different in the way that it's felt. And this actually even leads into a whole other statement and answer that you may have not even a question that you haven't even asked yet, but here's an answer to it. Is I've identified what potentialities of time. I've identified this. When you're accessing a certain potential, you know when that potential is almost solidified and going to happen, because once you step into that potentiality of time, it feels more solid and more physical, like this physical reality. As when you're tapping into certain potentialities that aren't so solidified, they seem almost like a dream and mystical and less physical and less tangible. And so this is how I've been able to, for myself, even when I'm trying to do these things, see, okay, yeah, that's a very, very high possibility in the 80%, if not 100%, because once I've experienced it, it was so physical and tangible to me. I just knew that that was almost the immediate event to occur. Now, I'm not sure if everything that I said actually makes sense, but I'm trying to make sense of it all and put it into a big picture that people could see. Okay.
No, it really does make sense. Thank you for clarifying that and creating this picture. It helps me understand in a much better way. Darius, I've heard you say that humans are programmed to forget who they are. Why is this so, and who or what made us forget our true nature in the first place?
Us men. Yeah. It's always been we agreed to have an experience of a temporary forgetfulness. It was always us, you know. That may not be the answer that people want to hear. People want to hear like who are the they, but I won't necessarily get into that on this particular platform. Just for the purpose of so people know, because I respect your platform enough not to want to get it banned. You see. So I won't go into that detail, but the who made us forget the simplest way to understand it was us that has done it. That's the answer to that.
Thank you for that. This is definitely another question that I've personally asked a lot of times, and I'd love to ask you this, Darius. Do you think that suffering is meaningful at the soul level, or is it purely an artifact of forgetting who we are? And how would you explain the existence of evil, violent acts, war, or injustice? Are these glitches, challenges designed for growth, or something else entirely built into the structure of this physical realm?
Suffering comes from the stepping away from love. So the moment you step into here, okay, here we go with the religious stuff again, but it couldn't be any further from the truth. But the moment you come in here, you are sort of tagged in that way through the physical body. They call it you're born in sin or whatever. But then this has been so distorted where it's like, well, you are not the very source of all things, and that's the distortion, you see. But the moment you are born into this physical reality, you could say you are born into a illusion through only the physical body of imprisonment, suffering, etc. And all of these things are born only through the physical aspect, you see. Because once you're on the other side, and or not even in the other side, once you're out of your body, all of a sudden that's not there. You break past all those things in a sense. So the moment you are born into the body, you are born and you are tagged into sin itself, what they say, which is the suffering, because you're born into that. and because you're never disconnected, but the illusion of disconnection is there. So you have, I'll explain it this way as well. You have two sides. Let's just say the light over here and the dark over here. So the love, freedom, and then you have dark and evil. Now love is what you are. Being is what you are. The infinite is what you are. And in love, what is the source of love? When you go to the source, you try to go to the source. What is love? So it's a definition of, and what is this definition? And everybody has this idea of what love is. Love is joy. Okay, well that's an aspect of a joy, an aspect of love, but it's not it. And then people say love is loving other people. Yeah, that's a let's just call it a tentacle of love, but it's actually not it. So where is love born from? Where is the source? If you could give it one word, and that one word is freedom. Because in freedom, what is born is you are authentically yourself and just being yourself and free to do in love. And so in what's born from freedom itself is love, joy, being, expression, all of these things that we experience. And courage is a tentacle of love. Yes. Then when you go into what is through the physical body, you see, because that's your home, and then you come into this place, you could say through the veil, and the veil is the physical body, and then your soul is inside the physical body, which gives you only through the physical body the illusions of basically what you are not, in a sense, through, well, this physical body can be harmed. You could have and you could be imprisoned physically. And so in evil itself and fear itself is born from one thing and one thing alone, and that's loss. And so from loss of, you have all of these tentacles from loss, fear, loss, and suffering, pain, the judgment even comes from loss itself too. So that's experienced here to its fullest. Because the moment you see yourself, your home again, you return to all things that are good, all things that are free, and nothing of control, nothing of deceit, nothing of lies. That's done here, but not there. So when you come into that veil, this is what happens. But you could shatter that veil. You could shatter the veil of forgetfulness. You could shatter the veil of all of these things by just remembering who you are. And then when you remember who you are, that comes fully and more into this physical body, and it breaks down the mind, mental gymnastics, the constructs of the mind, and you start operating based off of just being what you are, which is love itself. I know that's a big way of explaining something, but I hope that makes sense.
No, it is a big way, but at the same time, you've explained it in a very clear manner. So thank you for that. Because yeah, you're right. A lot of people, like you said, that they label love as, it's a joy or it's happiness, but that's just little aspects of it. It's or emotions or actions that happen because of who you are, because you are that love, and that is your being. But we kind of labelize it in a way and kind of limit our understanding of it. But thank you so much for explaining it in that way that you did. This is another question that a lot of our viewers.
I just want to say this too. I just want to, if you don't mind, I just want to say this too. And I've said this before, I believe in here, but I want to bring it up again. Is how important being something is. The very act of trying is not being it. Trying is resistance and it's friction. Anytime you have resistance and friction, it's because it's in a static state, and it's not. You're not that. You being yourself is never a static or resistant state. It's always just free. And the moment that you shed this body and you leave it and you realize who you are, the overwhelming freedom comes from there's no more static, there's no more resistance. I don't have to pretend to be this or that or based off what people may judge me as. I could just be myself in my soul, my divinity, because it gets rid of all that static, all that trying. So any act of trying to be something is actually you being it not. That's important because love doesn't try. It's just a constant. It's a constant thing. Love is there because it never stopped loving to begin with. It never stopped loving. Okay.
Yeah. So beautifully explained. Thank you so much for that. No, it is. Yeah, no, love. As soon as you're right, as soon as you try, you're creating that friction, and it's not the being anymore. It's not what you truly are. You're trying, and then you're creating that friction. So, no, that really does make sense. It's definitely given me some clarity. So thank you for that. Yeah, and I was asking, this is another question that's very popular amongst our viewers. Would you say that this physical reality, Earth, is a construct, simulation, or some type of training environment?
All right. So simulation. Is it a simulation? No, not in the way that people would say simulation. Not the way when you ask that question, I know where people's minds are in terms of simulation. And so not in the way that they're thinking, it's a no. But is it a simulation? Yes. But if you detach from the way that it's not real in that sense, because it still is real. It is an illusion. But look at it this way. Because this is a question that you get that comes from purely the mind and the thinking type of mentality. Everything from the very beginning outside of all of these things. So you go back to the source of you and you are just in let's just say the void, the place where there is all possibility, everything is available to you, and it's manifested like that. As soon as you think about it, it is presented to you because you are that source and all of those things. So anytime you have a thought in that state, understand this. When you have a thought, you have an imagination. So when you have an imagination, you birth light into creation. And that very birthing of light into creation puts it into a confinement of the very thought and imagination that you had. What you could say is a matrix or a prison in and of itself, because not that you are defined by that imagination, that creation of light, but you are even outside of all thought itself and all prisms of light itself, because you are the one that even makes those things to begin with. So every single thing that you imagine that you will create on the other side, all is a bending of prisms of light for you to enter a certain matrix, for your soul to enter something, because even in the imagination of something is already a limitation. Do you see? So if I imagine a thought form of something, I put borders, boundaries, and limitations through that prism of light, through that imagination. I define the imagination. And when you define something through thought and through your imagination, you actually give it the borders. And you are not confined within the thought itself. You are outside of it. You are the one making those things, not of it itself. So every single thing that you ever experience, even here, we are in a confinement of a thought. All of this was manifested from a thought of a soul. And now we're in it, and yet we think that we're bound to it or somehow not able to exit it, or this is a matrix and we're looped and we're stuck. But you are even outside of all thoughts, imaginations, and prisms of light itself. You create it all. Everything from the very thought is a matrix. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense. So we're creating our own, in a way, matrix. Like you're kind of saying that our own thoughts, our own imagination, that is limiting ourselves in a way.
Well, it's not a limit. It's not. But the limit is only true when you think that you are bound by the very thought that you had. Then there you go. That's the limit. You see, because you are outside of thought itself. You are the one that even makes thought possible. So if you make something possible, that doesn't mean that you are it itself, that you are outside of those things making those things. But you become imprisoned when you put yourself in the form of that thought is me, and therefore I don't exist beyond that creation or that construct. Then you become imprisoned and limited. Yeah.
Thank you so much for explaining that. That was really, really helpful. I'm sure that the audience will really resonate with that explanation as well. And previously, you were talking about negative forces. I would love to dive a little bit deeper into that, just ask a question regarding that. Do you think that deceptive or negative forces also exist in other realms? And how does one discern truth from illusion?
Free will would be free. So, you have, everybody has the freedom to do something. But the thing is, once you step beyond and you know yourself, that first and foremost, that's all right. Deception only exists because let's just I'm going to use words so people can understand. Deception only exists because the consciousness that we operate in is so low that deception is manifested that way, because we are not tapping into the source of ourself. Because the moment you step into higher states of consciousness or the source of who you are, then you'll realize that nothing could ever be hidden from you. There's not one thing that could ever be hidden from you once you step into who you are, the truth of things. Deception is only exists because we have, again, through the thought, us thinking that we are limited to a certain aspect and that we can't access all things. And well, therefore, deception is going to be always in front of you. But when you realize your true state, there's nothing deceptive that could ever happen, because for instance, when you are around somebody, you're speaking to somebody in physical life, you have worked on yourself. You know yourself. You're very sensitive. You're intuitive. You know when someone's lying, even though they're saying that they're not lying to you. Because the more that you step into your heart, then you realize, okay, well, if love is truth and truth is love, well, that means, okay, anything that is not authentic is actually not truth, because they're stepping out of love. The moment you step out of your authenticity, you start stepping out of love, which is, part of love itself. And so when you understand, like I said, love itself, that truth, then people that are in that high state of love back to themselves, when you come face to face with somebody that is not authentically being themselves truly, then you could see it, because there's no deception or lies. Even though they may be lying straight to your face, you could see past it, because authenticity, love, is not thought. It cannot be articulated in a logical sense, but it's something that is felt. Authenticity and love is felt, and there's nothing that could ever come between that. No amount of deception could come between that. And so, that's the answer. That's the answer to that.
Thank you so much for sharing. That was very, very clear, and I'm sure that the audience will resonate with that as well. Darius, I wanted to ask, it's a very specific question, but in the non-physical dimensions, is it at all possible to encounter entities or human-like forms that seem conscious but are not actual souls, like such as constructs, programs, or something else?
Yes. But yes, in this way. So is it possible to see unconscious things, not in the way that what people may think when I answer yes, or I say yes to this, but in this way? Okay, so we know that we have an electromagnetic field. So when I think of something physically here, in my mind right now, I'm thinking of something. I'm thinking of a clown in front of me, for instance. I know it's weird. I'm just going to think of a clown. So right now, you can't see that clown. You can't visually see my thought form. But the moment you come out of the body, if you were in this space and you came out of your body, or you were clinically dead, you would actually see myself sitting here physically, but you will also see my thought form, the clown, where I'm projecting it. So you could say the clown itself, whatever I'm projecting in my thought form, isn't a fully conscious entity of itself, but it still is real. And what you could do is, when you see my thought form, because it's attached to my energetic signature, because it comes from me, you could trace that thought form back to the source itself, which is me. So everything is traced and everything's connected in that way. So it's a yes, but not in the way that people think.
Wow. Yeah, no, that really makes sense. So in a way, you're saying that when you're out of your body, when what you're identifying as the constructs that aren't actual souls are, like, for example, your own thoughts, that if you're out of body, if you're having an OBE experience, that you can see someone else's thoughts manifested in that realm, in a way.
Yes, 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 you can. You could see thought forms. But a thought form is still real. Because this is what I was saying before. The reason why there's light in everything, even why the very sun itself that we look at as shining, is because of us. Because the moment we think of something, we don't realize how powerful we are. But when you see this out of your body, you realize, oh my God, I am literally that powerful. But the thought forms itself, you could even give life to thought itself. And you could say, playing in different creations, you could say you could create something based off your thought forms and play with yourself in that way. It's still very real, but it's not in terms of not real in the way that people think. How I answer that question, it's a yes. Everything is still real. All of it is always real. And then this goes into some questions that people will have. Well, how could I tell? And they ask these things. So, like, well, how could I tell base reality from imagination? Because imagination is not real. So, I want tangible, this physical reality. And I say this to them: is imagination not real? Is it not part of you? You see, we are so confined by this 1% of this light spectrum that we think, if it cannot be physically verified in the physical form, that therefore it's not real. But the very imagination is part of who you are. It's real. Everything that exists comes from the very imagination. First, you imagine something. This very notepad that I have came from somebody imagining it. They had a thought and imagination, and therefore they created it to be so in this physical reality. Imagination itself is no different from you itself or this physical reality. It's all real. Everything's real, and it's beyond the physical senses that we have. It is everything real and true. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you for sharing. Just one question. You mentioned imagination. So would that mean that even like our dreams, are those real as well? Because sometimes the dreams, and I'm sure people relate to this, sometimes the dreams we have, we don't think that, oh, like, it's just crazy. Like, it's like sometimes we don't believe that, oh, what we're thinking, that this can be true in any way. It just seems like gibberish. But when you say that there's some truth, there's truth to that as well?
Yeah. Yes. All of it is real, even your dreams itself. You see, there's so much more to you than you could possibly imagine. That when I talk about home, the infinite is literally all things good. It's all things in love. It's everything of all possibilities exist. There's not one limit placed on you. Even your dreams themselves are real. Dreams are typically physical manifestations of your thoughts, your desires, your subconscious things. And sometimes these manifest into dimensional spaces. You could say pockets of a pocket within the very universe itself. You know, it's you actually making a universe within a universe itself. You see, and that's what we are. Within this physical body, we have the ability to even create a multi-dimensional universe here, bridge of light here. We have this ability. You see? For that not to be true, well, then why is it that you could literally program the water within you and the cells within you? We bridge these things. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. I wanted to ask another question that came in from our audience. Do animals also have astral bodies and navigate the same non-physical layers we do as humans?
Yes. Animals have a soul. Yes. They all leave as well. Every single night we are all leaving. It's just where is the consciousness? How focused are you? Where is that consciousness? The soul doesn't sleep. So when we fall asleep, you know, the soul isn't just in the body falling asleep and it becomes unconscious. You are always conscious. This is why you have dreams and or you're leaving your body and you have these visions. You are always doing something. There's no such thing as sleep on the other side. Your soul never sleeps. Everything, even the animals themselves, have a soul. Every being in all of creation has a soul. Even the very ant to the insect, all of it has a soul. All of it's alive. Everything's alive.
Yeah, thank you so much for clarifying that. Darius, according to you, what is the biggest risk or trap people encounter when they first begin exploring non-physical states and OBEs?
The biggest trap that they encounter is themselves. Their self-imposed belief systems of that something could entrap and imprison their soul. And that's not true. That is the greatest trap in doing this. Because the moment that you really believe that you can be entrapped or confined, you'll manifest that to be so. Not forever, but you will make all of these fear-based things manifested in your space. That's the biggest trap. Full stop, the biggest trap.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Lastly, Darius, to bring this episode to a close, I wanted to ask you, do you think that the Earth is approaching the end of a major cycle? And what will that mean for the whole of humanity?
Yes, man. Yes, it's reaching a conclusion, a completion. Absolutely. You know, when you go back, as I've stated in some of the stuff that I've talked about, you go back into past civilizations. When you go back, you know, it's reaching a conclusion, a completion. Absolutely. You know, when you go back, as I've stated in some of the stuff that I've talked about, you go back into past civilizations. There has been completions of before. A realization, a great awakening, ascension, enlightenment, all these different words to say the same thing. And yes, it's coming to that, man. It's actually already here. I mean, think about the stuff that I'm talking about. Think about the stuff that I'm literally, you know, and it's not just me. It's okay. I'm saying this to you, But think about all the people that have experienced that as well. So it's already here. It's in the process of that. Yeah. Because it's people remembering themselves, their home, the truth of that. And once that is remembered, there is not one thing of control that would ever exist. You see, the thing is, the reason why there's so much control here is because people are still acting in control of greed, fear, attachments, loss, and therefore, this is why we have systems of control. But the moment you remember who you actually are, that doesn't exist. There is no, once you step into love, then those systems of control just cannot exist. And you step into your true divinity. There is so much more possible with this physical body than what people have been programmed to believe. That, if you could just start doing it at a very small scale, you'll see what they call miracles is possible within the physical body. Yep.
Wow, thank you so much for having this conversation with me today, Darius. It truly means a lot. I know that the audience really resonates with what you say, and so do I. So thank you so much for being here today with me. It really means a lot.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it, man.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to say 90% of you that are watching this right now aren't subscribed, and it would mean the world to us if you would. So if you can hit that subscribe button and the notifications icon, that would truly help us out and help us to give you the content that you want to watch.
It's time for a very happy Dixie update. As many of you remember, about 10 months ago, Dixie had part of her tail amputated. The tip of her tail had been broken for many years, and it wasn't bothering her, but around that time, 10 months ago, it started bugging her and she was chewing at it. We took her to the vet and they suggested amputating a few inches. So after that, she was in the house for her recovery to make sure she was clean and wasn't ripping at her stitches and stuff. During her stay in the house, she had a great time with us. We had many late nights watching Netflix and cuddling and getting pooped on. However, when she was fully healed and ready to go back out, the rest of the foxes in her yard did not accept her anymore. And if you watched the live stream camera on YouTube, you probably saw that. She was bullied relentlessly by Mutt and Vixie and Serafina. Finnegan wasn't really mean to her, but he also wasn't being nice. And it really sucks, but she just didn't fit in that yard anymore. After Ruby passed, we decided to give her that yard and the enclosure. But of course, she needed a friend. And that has proven extremely difficult over these months. So first we tried to introduce her from one of the foxes that was one of the last from the 500 Fur Farm foxes. He doesn't have an official name, but we have been calling him No Tail Boy. And after a bout with coccidia and some raging diarrhea, I call him Poopy Butt. But as you can see, things went not great.
Dixie, what do you think? He's cute, right? Be nice. Oh my gosh.
People don't understand nature. I'm going to drop a link for that. It's foxes. Good night, wherever you are. Mad love and strength to all good, true spirits. I will see you again soon. Bye for now. Take care.
shadow on the burning snow. Green eyes watching where the weak ones go. Iron on his hands, thunder in his veins, laughs in the storm, walks out of the flames. The Raven King, the King of Kings. Raise your fists when the battle sings. The Raven King can do anything, he can do anything. The Raven King on the midnight wind. Tear down terror, tear down sin. He can do anything. He can do anything. Roasting cockroaches on an open fire. The skies filled with crows soaring higher and higher. My ravens stand watchful on guard in a realm filled with dirty liars. I love my ravens and crows. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people. Ravens and crows.